I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome, everybody, to MRC Season 4. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky Kitty, and we're here.
Yep.
Vicky, in the finals of, or lower bracket finals, and then the finals of the Marvel Rivals Championship. It's great to be with you again, Vicky. It's been a while since we casted last, but we have two incredible matches for our viewers today, and it's fun to be here with you today. I know that you were talking about, you saw some things yesterday. I think our viewers are probably in that same boat, and there's a dog freaking out in the background because of what you saw in that those crazy comps yesterday, right, Vicky?
Yeah. She heard that Dogman was going to be casting with me for this one, and then she just had to make an appearance, right? She said that she had to get vengeance for America Man after our action that we saw go down in DreamHack Atlanta. But now being able to see the newfound talent making their rise once again within the MRC, it's crazy to think, Dogman, that we are 4 seasons into this, and it's also a great opportunity for our grassroots talent to start making a rise if they want their opportunity to compete within the MRI.
Absolutely, you're right. I mean, that's why we do it, right? It's for these guys over here that are trying to make a name for themselves, and why we watch them, because it's not only for them, obviously, to make a name, but also for our viewers to learn about these people, right? It's awesome to kind of figure out who plays what, and a lot of Wolverine action has been played, by the way. And speaking about dogs, again, it seems to be a common theme. The new Dog Brother skin is available. Dog Brother X Wolverine skin's available as of 2 days ago, Vicky. So, our viewers can get this awesome, new skin with the Wolverine, sort of lava cosmetics going on with it. It's awesome. It's cool to see this new skin available for our viewers.
It's super sick, right? Who let the dogs out? I mean, look at this Dog Brother skin, and it looks so sick. I mean, also the first time ever appearing within Marvel Rivals is just specifically this season. It's cool to be able to see how amazing the cosmetic team has come together to come out with these insane skins every single week, Dogman. It's just banger after banger.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the problem is there's too many good skins now, right? That we're getting into a point where, there's so many out there. I mean, three new skins as well have dropped by, 3 icons, 3 stories reimagined. Now here with the Spider-Man Man-Spider, we got Queen of the Dead for Scarlet Witch, and obviously Big Shot Millionaire Iron Man skin. I think a lot of people have been talking about that one, and for good reason, right?
Yeah, I actually was able to utilize my tokens to being able to pick up that Scarlet Witch combined together with the Iron Man Big Shot, utilizing the DreamHack Atlanta discount that they have going on right now, too. So that also is something for our viewers to consider. If you guys haven't been able to cop any of these yet, definitely look at the store, because you know what else I really like about all these skins, Dogman? It's the sound effects that they come with.
Oh, true. I mean, they're so good. I mean, the special sound effects and stuff. Yeah, you're right, Vicky. I mean, those are some of the biggest reasons why I want those skins too, is because you can just get especially when you get the Grim Ladies, Grim Lady skin for Hela. It just has some nice little sound effects and stuff too. So every skin, like you said, has their own things. The Spider-Man Man-Spider has some crazy voice changes too, like a lot of awesome stuff there. But back into this, Vicky, obviously we have 2 matches today. The people in the finals, right? We have one of the teams in the grand finals. We will not lose, or we have lost. Rather, we lose. They are in the finals playing some weird comps, right? Some really funny stuff that no team really has been able to beat. So we're gonna find out today between Cafe Noir and Nightmare Academy who can kind of be that team to fight against that sort of odd composition in the grand finals.
Yeah, when I got to watch you and Shib cast that yesterday, I was like, okay, we've been seeing magic, Spider-Man, okay, the Magic and Doctor Strange team up. I like the mix-up, okay? Whenever it comes to cooking up in the kitchen, you never know what you're gonna come out with when you're running with these compositions. As you guys could take a look at our schedule and what has transcended within the MRC. If you guys at home feel like you could take on these pros, if you feel like you could have your chance at competing within Marvel Rivals Ignite, on top of the fact that first place gets to walk away with $6,000, well, don't forget, take a look at the schedule. Sure, if you may have missed out within this season, there's always next time. But it's about how these teams have moved on through the bracket. Again, $14,500 USD prize pool, with first place walking away with $6K.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good little bit of money for these guys competing in MRC. And while we are away at DreamHack, right, this has been going on, like you said. I mean, it's been happening since, late October, right? I mean, these players are competing even through Halloween. It's a lot of effort and a lot of time given to, this game. So they have to be rewarded with a solid prize pool for sure. And, I'm sure a lot of them as well are gaining a lot of fans, like Kendrick and stuff, X-Trot X. He's on Yeah, We Lost. And, that team in general has some really good talent on it. There's a reason why they're in the finals. They're taking, maps and, taking scrims off of really good teams behind the scenes, teams that are in Ignite. And, Cafe Rose and Nightmare Academy, no slouches either, right? They're going to compete for that spot against the we lost. And, hopefully they'll think of something because that team looks pretty formidable at the moment, honestly, Vicky. So Nightmare Academy versus Cafe Rose is going to be the match we watch up first. And I honestly can't make a solid prediction so far. I mean, Cafe Rose is probably the better team, but also anything's possible as we've seen, Vicky, so far. I mean, the parity right now is kind of insane across the entire scene.
And you know that Cafe Rose wants to get the run back, right? Versus, we lost, but first things first, they have to beat this team here in the lower bracket finals. As it sounds like we're getting set up here, Dogman. I'm excited to see how everything has unfolded because the pick and ban phase, it isn't what we're used to within MRI, right? It's what we are used to whenever we are playing through ladder with some extra bans sprinkled on top. But as you guys can see right here, if you're used to watching MRI and you're looking at the pick and ban system, yes, you can protect these different heroes. As you can see, the Daredevil protected as well as the Emma Frost. But these are universal bans going into the MRC.
Yeah, universal bans. That's we kind of go across the rules change and the strategy for sure changes, Vicky. Like that's the thing was that like you mentioned, there's 6 bans total, 2 protects, across the board. So you have to be worried like okay, maybe we want to ban certain heroes because we're good at it, even if they are good, right? We don't want to give up on that. The big thing that we saw yesterday, I feel like, was Tree on this side for Cafe Rose was a really good Psylocke. 2025 Respect was a solid flex player. Lyric was also really good on Emma Frost. No binds, kind of that sort of divey player. Really sticky as well. Has picked up a lot of more hit scan recently, and then Pixel kind of is that fill sort of gap closer for that backline too. So this team is pretty well rounded. On the opposite side for Nightmare Academy, Drill Master was crazy. Like it was insane, Vicky, how many plays Drill Master did on Psylocke and on Namor. So that's going to be a good matchup, I think, between Tree and Drill Master. And then the Crazy Mage had really strong Jeff plays. That's why Jeff's getting banned on the opposite side for Cafe Rose. And then Invisible Woman at the very end banned out to make sure that, you get rid of that hero in general for Cafe Rose. So this is going to be a lot of fun one. This is going to be a fun one, though, Vicky, as, Rocket Raccoon gets through for both teams. Same thing with Daredevil getting protected.
Yeah, I love how you brought up Drill Master because I was like, man, this guy's like a professional ditto out here. Like, I saw him rocking out the Psylocke. We saw him once on Phoenix. He came out with the Moon Knight on the attack on Yggdrasil at one point to try to deal with the 3-3 cold at one point. The Namor, as you mentioned already, too, with the Hela and Namor composition together. But seeing the fact that we are in Hell's Heaven, you know how it goes, dog man. Especially if you go over to Soldier's Factory, you already know with those environmental points, you get the Jeffs out here, you get the Angelas, and you get some environmental KOs. Yeah,
Angela's going to be always worrisome on that map. And first map we go to is going to be Eldritch Monument in both teams, getting that Luna Snow through. I mean, that's kind of what happens. That's an interesting part. Like we're talking about MRC bans, the fact that it is like literally just global, right? Compared to Ignite, it changes everything. I mean, you got to think about what you play, what they play, and then sort of go along through it. But this first matchup we have is going to be a first to 3, and those finals is going to be a first to 4. All right, I'm going to start out though, and Vicky, it's going to be kind of interesting to see if anybody goes for like hidden hat plays and stuff. But at the moment, we just go straight up on the Angela.
As we get started here, Angela has really made me feel excited with the way that our Vanguard players have been playing and getting a lot more creative with her utility too. As you can see, Fleeb just trying to bait out, get information as well, just kind of taking the high ground, almost playing recon. And together with just trying to take this high ground, I really like how Nightmare Academy is trying to take this roundabout way to the point, but while the area doesn't lock in the next 3 seconds, you have to imagine that Cafe Rose is already getting into position. And they get to completely shut down Really Sticky already, isolating him in the backline.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they're just controlling that objective. Like you said, isolating Really Sticky, catching him off guard, and DeBrez brings back no binds. Tree's able to trade back Drill Master at the very least, so they've lost Really Sticky, and they've brought back one with the BRB, resulting in now a 5 versus 5, in which they're kind of surrounding this objective. Angela Sky fight sort of happening. Nightmare Academy did control that point, though, with the Spooky on that point with Emma Frost, but Tree in the back is always going to be a menace on that Psylocke.
Yeah, go look out for Tree, already trying to boost into that dance of the butterfly, trying to beat that of Drill Master, but here comes the Angela plays, leaving Sticky one again. Fleeb drilling down exactly where Real Sticky has been, trying to contest in the backline. Sure, they have the number advantage right now, and Nightmare Academy gets to continuously hold this point.
A really solid work from the anchoring of the point of those of D Spooky, and then also Drill to come back for it. Cessna finally getting out Pixel as well. And, you know, Nightmare controlled this pretty solidly without any ults as well, Vicky, right? This is a really solid fight for them so far, and it's been hard for Really Sticky to really get anything going.
Now getting started with Crazy Mage here, just trying to be able to help them out, boosting into that Fate of Both Worlds, together with Cafe Rose, with Nightmare Academy already nearing 52% and climbing. 3 ultimates on their side. It all depends on how the strategists here from Cafe Rose want to try to deal with this with Respect already getting nailed down. He's forced to pop the Sia. Fate of Both Worlds from Pixel. It's going to be a dance-off here between both these teams as Nightmare Academy, they're also holding on to their ultimate. Same thing for Tree, who wanted to wait out for that Fate of Both Worlds. Now look at Tree's positioning and that Sia from Paradox.
Yeah, right now deleted, but at the mean fight, oh my good, Drill Master just with 2 3-piece. Everybody jumping into those Angela AoE over health sort of proxies by Fleeb, and this has been really clean from Nightmare. I think we saw on social media that people were talking about Fleeb and how good he was on Angela. You can see exactly why that character is banned first versus this Nightmare squad. I mean, when you give Fleeb Angela, he's been able to do as much as, you know, he's done for this squad and create so much space. It just seems like Cafe Rose has had really no beginning in these fights versus Nightmare Academy.
Yeah, they've been shut down a lot, and already at 99% now, overtime ticking away. It's up to Tree to make a play here if they want to continuously at least have a comeback, but together with the Emma Frost team up, comes in the Dance of the Butterflies right from the skies to find 2. This is the turnaround, but even with this BRB, they are outnumbered. And I like how Cafe Rose is still holding on to the Heaven's distribution here together with Real Sticky and that Daredevil ultimate because they're going to need it for this next upcoming fight.
Yeah, teams kind of, it feels like in the current patch, just sort of lock down an objective. And, you know, on Domination, too, it's really hard to cap it back on these long-range maps, especially with these sort of comps that are, you know, a little bit more, I guess, close-rangey, right? With the Psylocke, with the Daredevil, these guys that want to kind of go in. And, you know, the Daredevil on defense, obviously, is really favored just having to play back on the high grounds, can dive down with the Angela sort of. But like you said, he's held onto that Heaven's Retribution. That could be clean for no binds. And, you know, we can see as Nightmare walks in. I mean, they have so much tick percentage. They're not really pressured to use ultimates, but, you know, if you can set up Drill Master with a big ult, that would be massive. Meanwhile, the dive comes in for the Heaven's Retribution. It's Really Sticky with the follow-up. And then, oh my goodness, the Crazy Mage gets absolutely deleted. Cafe Rose off of some ults, able to get a couple. And Drill Master trades it back, but is it worth it at this point? You're only able to find one, though. Fleeb comes through. Can also help save his life. Tree goes down, keeping his teammate up, and Fleeb gets another one at a Really Sticky. Are you kidding me? Somehow they're making it work, and he's getting the heals from the rocket from across the map, but still goes down to no binds. The res brings back 1-2, so eventually Cafe Rose bring it through. Although it was a little dicey, Nightmare made it close.
Yeah, right, because the bread and butter is roughly the same here for both these teams. They want to get the follow-up with the Dance of the Butterflies together with the Heaven's Retribution as no binds. He shuts down Drill Master, and that's a pretty big stagger when you originally had the advantage. Sia now coming in, but isn't going to be involved as Fleeb sends down the spear, tries to get a Shishko Bubble with no follow-up opportunity. It's just a scattered fight. Nice freeze here as Pixel does have the Fate of Both Worlds, and with 2025 Respect going down, he's forced to use it. Let the devil out. Nice little sight stun onto Sensa, and with Nightmare Academy not having 3 available for them, they're going to be outnumbered as Cafe Rose are about to wrap up around Nightmare Academy after they were down literally 0%.
This is crazy. I mean, just Rocket Raccoon in general is just so strong. Like you saw, Nightmare thought they had the full dive. Also getting this has been terrible stagger from Nightmare, first of all. I mean, it's just been fight after fight. Somebody goes in because they think they can try to clutch up. Now they don't have the portal. They'll be missing Trill until that BRB does bring them back. However, BRB advantage now for Cafe Rose. Also, both of these Psylocks have the Dance of the Butterflies diving in towards that deep back line. That Rocket Raccoon trying to run, cannot escape. No bind trades it back on the backside, but Drill Master able to take down Really Sticky. And in the middle of the fight, losing Lyric. So finally, Nightmare bring it back through some scrappy gameplay. And then this guy looking for that rocket eventually takes down Paradox, but it's too late. Drill Master's getting so much value. The portal's going to have to come in very soon from Nightmare to touch this point too, as overtime slowly dwindles. It's just Tree going for a health pack. 1v1. 1v3 actually for Tree. Drill Master, taken down by Tree on the point. Grab 2 in 1 down again. How Nightmare lose multiple members, and Cafe Rose are now in the advantage.
And off of the portal, look at the overtime takeaway by a Pixel. He made the comeback, and with Real Sticky still having the BRB, Nightmare Academy, they try to go for the desperate measures. Tree finds Sensa next, and Tree, the MVP, not only with the stall, but with a massive first pick to overtake this first round.
And that was just one round, Vicky. Now we go to Frozen Airfield. Now you talk about that, you know, can kind of be awkward with these sort of rotations and stuff. But, I mean, oh my goodness. Like, it just looks like these two teams are evenly matched so far. I mean, Cafe Rose, you talked about him. I mean, Tree yesterday was phenomenal on Psylocke, and same thing with Drill. So this is going to be an interesting just sort of matchup between them, but also Cessna and Really Sticky, right? The thing is with Daredevil, he's like one of the hardest characters in the game to sort of 1v1 because of the overhealth you gain, but you know, it seems like it's also easy to kind of feed on him with this like sort of really coordinated teams.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you actually, like, together with the Heaven's Retribution that we've seen from Angela, and then you combine that with Let the Devil Out, it's a lot of pressure, and you also kind of get a lot of information together with the Angela, as well, of course, with the Daredevil, being able to see, you know, a lot of these characters through the walls. But what do you think together with that bread and butter here, as you could see, Cafe Rose, I feel like, have been able to utilize it a lot more together with Tree harassing that backline, because they don't really have strategist ultimates to deal with it. Yeah,
I think you're right. I think that combination is very terrifying. Also, like, yeah, it's really hard to KO this backline. I mean, you talk about, like, the Animal Kingdom backline with Jeff, but we're just doing it with the Luna Snow. And Cessna, by the way, removes no binds. I mean, everybody looking at him on that height. BRB does bring him back, giving Nightmare Academy that BRB advantage, though, because it was just used. However, that cooldown maybe is going to come up towards the end of this fight if it's a long one. Heaven's Retribution, though, comes out on the backside from Flea. Really Sticky trades back Paradox, however. So that removes the BRB for Nightmare. That advantage they had removed. The Spooky able to find just one. Tree on the height, sort of living. Drill Master bringing him down, actually. Never mind. He goes with a nice shot. No, Really Sticky comes through, takes down Crazy Mage and Spooky. So it's really back and forth throughout. But you have Psylocke on the point. Frozen. No, it was a clone potentially frozen there. But Really Sticky comes back to peel off Pixel. And Pixel's able to get multiple eliminations.
It goes back to what you were saying, right? Because, sure, we may have the raccoons out here and about in the backline, but it really does feel like the strategists from Cafe Rose have been a lot more stabilized and have had a lot more peeling from the rest of their team together, that compared to Nightmare Academy, who haven't really been able to deal with the Daredevil, who's been harassing that backline, who doesn't have the utility to be able to survive, as now the Silent Seduction comes in. Lyric brings everybody in their line of sight as Drill Master. Love the cheeky angle to stop Real Sticky from dropping down on top of their heads as the Sia had come out. Great communication from Nightmare Academy, but they use a Sia rather early, and Cafe Rose are just able to peel away.
Tossing on the backside. Oh my goodness. Goodbye, Cessna. Traded on the opposite side. Both Daredevils having a hard time at the current moment. Tree gets grabbed back by an Angela, but goes dashing and invisible towards the back line. Really Sticky trying to look for Drill Master. Now dives back towards him, and oh my god, deletes him immediately. Also the Carbon Crush utilized by D-Spooky, resulting in that going down as well. And at the moment, Cafe Rose have really flipped things around. They've been able to deal with Cessna and Nightmare Academy. Great job from them.
Love this here. Cafe Rose not only come out on top with a number advantage, but they were able to wait out on that Sia. No dancing butterfly here for Drill Master to get more extension off of this. And now Cafe Rose, they're nearing 70%, Dogman, and they have 4 ultimates to work with.
This is worrisome. Nightmare were in a similar spot last round, though, and did get reverse swept on by Cafe Rose. Now, Eric and crew sort of playing it patiently. Here comes that Devil in the back line. But you have Drill Master trying to deal with them as well and pushing them off. Regardless, they walk into the point using that Fate of the Worlds. It eventually is going to run out, and Tree setting up with the Dance of Butterflies goes in deep, hitting one of the rocket, another, and oh my god, deleted with no binds. Tree's able to get a multiple KO streak going, and no binds, and crew able to take down D-Spooky as well. That's a full clean sweep. There's only Flea just alive with that Heaven's Retribution, and they have to stall it out. Overtime ticks down. You don't want to save it for next map, but he's going to wait to come back from that TP. I mean, he did trigger overtime. Was it stunned?
No
Wait,
way.
I think Crazy May got stunned and spawned. Yeah, they're not going to touch. We're going off of the map. Cafe Rose win Hell's Heaven.
The Angela interruption off the Doctor Strange portal is crazy, but that's what you have to do. That's what you have to time when you know there's no other way for the team to recontest without the Doctor Strange portal.
Whew. Great map from Cafe Rose. They look clean, and that's going to be scary. I mean, the thing is, Drill Master was playing well on the Psylocke, and the Daredevil stuff has been hard. I think Daredevil's a really hard character to play, despite, what people say, because it's one of those characters, Vicky, where it's like you can do so much that, like, you can almost do too much, Like, like when you have a character that's so strong and so broken where you're like, oh my god, I'm a god, but I don't know. It's easy to feed on those type of characters, right?
I'm pretty sure that's how Psylocke mains feel too, especially with that rocket new skin that she came out with, which by the way is one of my favorite skins to even see a Psylocke on. And with that recolor, look at this. Tree, 33 and 4. Sure, you could really talk about really sticky and the way that they were able to follow up with the dive opposition together with the Angela onto the backliners of Nightmare Academy. But while that was happening, they would kind of cycle through. Real Sticky together was then able to reposition onto the front line, while Tree consistently was harassing Paradox. I mean, being Rocket Raccoon and literally going 3 and 6, going down 6 times, being on that Raccoon is pretty difficult out here. And of course, Crazy Mage, he wasn't a Luna originally. We did see some freezes, but then you have to talk about the sustainability that the strategists are lacking on when they constantly have to use their utility just to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll see how Nightmare react now as we go off of this first domination. Hell's Heaven going in favor of Nightmare, trying to get that rematch and to go back against rather, the opposite side of in the finals. So we'll see if that happens moving forward. But yeah, I mean, this squad looks good. Cafe Rose, I mean, great 2-0. I think that they've really slowed it down, made things work for their squad, and I'm thinking that they're gonna probably stick with their ban phase. I mean, they obviously do well with the Psylocke, they do well with the Daredevil and stuff. So. And they're fine also with the Angela going through. So we'll see. Other teams were banning Angela first. We'll see what happens in this next map after this short break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse.
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back over to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky. We are in Season 4 of this championship and in a game number 2. Now, Cafe Rose against Nightmare Academy. Vicky, what's your thoughts on that last game? I mean, Hell's Heaven, it was a 2-0, but the first round was pretty close, right?
Yeah, I was to say Angela, and then the recontest portal just had way more influence from Cafe Rose because they were able to not only call out the counter portal stun onto Nightmare Academy, but get a lot more done off of that one pick that they had originally from Cafe Rose, right? Like Tree just coming in on that Psylocke, as you already keep highlighting, has just been my personal MVP. But again, for those of you guys watching right now and maybe just finished watching DreamHack Atlanta, different pick and ban system. Yes, so shields mean that both teams will be able to utilize that one hero that you currently see safe. But both teams will be able to use Captain America. Both teams will be able to use Bucky. That's the difference here. We have the MRC, and the bans are universal, which means no teams can rock the Jeff, now the Mantis, as well as the Emma Frost.
Yeah, that's going to be a really fun one, I think, because we already know Cafe Rose, I think their biggest problems were like running the Jeff comps. And it's not like 2025 Respect was like a really bad Jeff or anything. It's just they didn't play around the Jeff that well compared to other squads like Nightmare, for example. That's why they want to get rid of it, because La Crazy Mage is a pretty damn good Jeff player too. And Drill Master also hovering yet another Lord icon of Spider-Man. It feels like we have so many Lord Spider-Mans in this MRC, oddly enough. But Emma Frost getting removed, Mantis getting removed on the opposite side, trying to set up that sort of like full dive. And then that's why they want to get rid of the Daredevil maybe. And then the Luna Snow Protect comes through for Cafe Rose.
I was wondering here. I mean, sure, you could get rid of the Emma Frost, which comes in clutch because it allows Nightmare Academy to at least maybe try to rock that dive, which is why you see the Venom coming out. But I'm wondering if they're also trying to bait out from at least Cafe Rose's side with maybe trying to follow up with not allowing the dive to happen. But let's see what this next ban is going to come out from Nightmare Academy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's Magneto. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess like the thing is as well with these bans is like they're for you and the other squad, so it's kind of, I would say, more fine to like waste a ban almost in like a global ban phase unless they're like really better than you at certain comps. And the Angela ban comes through for Cafe Rose to target Fleeb, so a little bit of an interesting style this time, but obviously the Venom and Cap being kept means that we might see some really aggressive compositions on this map, Vicky.
And to see how that dive composition is going to roll out, that's what I'm expecting, especially when I see 2 protects on a Venom and Captain America. But you know what? Dogman, you did mention one thing, and it was the Wolverines that we've also been seeing come out, specifically from Cessna. So I'm excited to see how that's going to work. But the Bucky being protected means that that's also going to be a problem if these hooks are consistent from Cafe Rose, which is something else to highlight from Really Sticky that we saw just yesterday, together with that and Tree still sticking on the Psylocke.
Yeah, these Bucky plays have just gotten so good. There's so many really talented Bucky players, and it's cool to see. I mean, that's where the main story we're talking about. Like, Really Sticky has developed into a way more flexible player than I think he was, and that's what we talk about. There's so many young and up and coming players. He's not the only one. There's so many on Nightmare too. A lot of kids that are still not even 20 years old playing this game at a very high level. And, you know, they're developing their hero pool, getting more flexible, trying to understand that because, yeah, that's the biggest thing. I don't know, but like, Vicky, it feels like this game's most difficult part is being flexible, but that is what you have to do. You have to be one of the most flexible players to get picked up for a roster, right?
1,000%. It's the rock, paper, scissors, right? Like, I always think about, like, when it comes to FGC matchups here, and something that highlights a lot of these individual talented players' hero pools, you need to adjust to that flexibility. If that's one thing the Grand Finals taught anybody just watching it from home, is how important flexibility is in this game, especially with the most recent patches, having to adapt with how amazing Psylocke is, and how crazy it is to make sure that you're very frame one ready to accommodate your strategist to protecting them as you see the Venom flying in and then being able to swing right back together. So that's going to boost into the strategist ultimates as Tree is waiting in the back line looking for a dive opportunity as he's isolated the Rocket Raccoon who manages to get away on that wall.
Ooh, Tree
Wow.
able to take down Drill Master. Bit of a bait and switch almost on that high ground, but Pixel with the clap yet again towards the point, able to take down the Crazy Mage. Invisible Woman this time did make it through. And at the current situation, you just have Cafe Rose fully surrounding Nightmare, able to take one tick of the point. But, I mean, regardless, it's like you mentioned, I mean, they lost the Phoenix early. The BRB does bring him back, though. Drillmaster gets poked down low. See you later on the point, able to remove Lyric. Great work from Drillmaster with the sparks, able to remove him out of the fight. Tree trying to stay alive in that back angle, but it's Drill on the opposite side. Last stand, too, from Cessna to close it out. And Tree at this current time window goes back to the spawn. They have to rely on a portal that's going to be too late. It's not here. Nightmare. Cap point A.
Too little, too late now. Back to the drawing board as you see that portal coming out from Cafe Rose. The moment the squirrel starts moving along and Fleeb already pulling up to create a lot of that space. But I really liked that frame 1C of follow-up with that damage boost together with the Phoenix. It wasn't with the End Song Inferno as Drillmaster's holding on to it right now, but they have to control this space so that way they can have that next corner for the payload to get more progress because this is a really good defensive spot. As Tree from the invisibility gets the 1-2 follow-up, but with the BRB, Drillmaster comes right back. Dance to the butterflies in the hands of Tree. The BRB used from both sides, but it is a number advantage in favor for Nightmare Academy for right now. They did lose out on the Crazy Mage, though, and that means the invisible boundary will be at least available for that next fight. And with Drillmaster finding Tree next, nice patient wait as a kidnap off to the ledge of the map. Catch is real sticky, and this is Cessna. We talk about the Wolverine plays here, Dogman. That's the second environmental KO he was able to find.
Yeah, Cessna's really good on the Wolf. I mean, this Rocket is what you called it. A really big value out of Paradox so far with the BRB to bring back Drillmaster as you called, and then also with that jump pack for that Wolverine now in the sky. Drillmaster tries to slam dunk with that End Song Inferno. But it just slows down the attack right now. Tree again tries to find the backline. Finally, he removes Paradox, but Paradox in their last wish sort of threw out that see you later. The Crazy Mage also popping that invisible boundary. Regardless, after these all end, they're not going to have any strat. Oh, here's that last hand. But the follow-up, is it there? Yes, they lose Lyric. Also, Cessna able to get one. Really sticky, though. With a Kraken impact, trades back with Crazy Mage. But does go down. BRB does bring back Lyric. So the cart's still holding steady right now because no binds is here to touch it. Same thing with Tree. So the current moment, Cafe Rose finally gets some stabilization as well, and dealing with this Rocket is going to be super important.
Oh, and they do it. Tree does it. Why are you running? Constantly just focusing on that Raccoon as Cessna is able to at least find Tree. It's the punish, but at the moment, these staggers are allowing Cafe Rose to come right back around. You don't need Tree as Tree was able to stall together with no binds. Feast of the Abyss together also with Lyric. These Vanguards now are holding it down for Cafe Rose and are stopping any sort of progress from Nightmare Academy despite them getting a lot of these KOs.
You should know there's no Shredded Ultimates on the side of Cafe Rose based on, or sorry, Nightmare Academy based on that previous fight. Also not taking that Psylocke sort of trade has resulted in Tree being a little bit free. I mean, 3 minutes here. If this is another fight win for Cafe Rose, that's huge moving forward, but Drillmaster on the height. Here comes that. Against the Butterflies, nothing to protect against it. Like we said, the Crazy Mage does fall, though. They trade it. Drillmaster under one. May not be enough for Tree, but Lyric able to find one more. The Crazy Mage back in the fight, meaning we have two strategists on the side of Nightmare still alive. Feast of the Abyss just to stay alive in the back line is the Spooky. Right now, Lyric and crew trying to find something on that foreground. Tree came back to peel, now deals with Cessna, able to remove him too. And in the second phase of the map, Tree's looking really evolved and has been sort of migrating into the back line of Nightmare at all times. If these Stratus Ultimates don't work out for Nightmare, I wouldn't be surprised to see some swaps from Cessna.
they're also just kiting away from all these random staggered ultimate usages from Nightmare Academy. I mean, when you look at their lineup, you're expecting to see a combo together with the Ensong Inferno or even from D-Spooky's Feast of the Abyss. Sure, you could get these initial picks right now all really sticky, and with them not having a rocket, they don't have a BRB, but they're still holding on to these ultimates, and he'll have that Kraken impact for that next fight, unlike Nightmare Academy, who are kind of staggered through. You get the final stand, Fleeb gets a finishing blow on the 2025 respect, and that means no invisible boundary, no strategist ultimate for Cafe Rose to survive, but they do have Lyric, and being on that Captain America, you know with that freedom charge, it acts basically as that healing support that they need.
Big BRB get, though, for No Binds in his last life, but it doesn't matter when Drill Master's hitting shots like that. No Binds brought back. He'll be able to stall out because he has that Fate of the Abyss, but this backline needs to live, right? The constant healing from the Rocket Raccoon, also from the Luna Snow, provides that sort of immense heal pressure, but also here comes that Ensong Inferno in a spot where you can't break it. Does eventually come back. Cessna able to get down. No Binds, too, so really good job from this Wolverine, like you called that earlier. Tree, though, able to find one. Does he get another one? Does force the passive, also getting Cessna, too, so they trade it back. Cart still pushing, by the way, for Cafe Rose. Meanwhile, you do have some damage coming out from Paradox as well. Towards that cart, the cap does stall for a little bit longer, but a huge push from Nightmare. Great work from Cessna and crew to finally clean people up. No Bind still trying to stall it out. They can maybe get a portal play back, and you have some help from the Luna Snow, but this is a really close angle that's been harassed so well by D-Spooky. Portal play, try to block that sort of angle, but not the full block that they necessarily wanted.
Yeah, they tried their best. They did force him to funnel over to the side, at least, of that portal, but Tree getting Crazy Mage. I mean, I would not want to be Crazy Mage in this case because he has been focused on every single fight, as you need to with the Invisible Woman. As the Fate of Both Worlds now comes in from Pixel, they recontest on this point. They continue on this defense, and with their BRB, it brings back No Binds. This stops Nightmare Academy. Last Stand needs to go crazy. It found two. It finds Tree, but really sticky with the Kraken impact. Cessna and D-Spooky, he's able to find more of these pigs. Vagamoto goes crazy. It finds three, and with overtime taken away, is it going to be enough? With Cafe Rose dropping like flies and Nightmare Academy getting the checkpoint.
When he's Drill Master again, the Crazy Mage ult was a little bit late, but it doesn't really end up mattering probably in the long term. It's like you said, overtime, Nightmare clutch it up again. In this team, I think we've seen them do this before. Like, in overtime, these fights always just end up being extremely long slogs. And, you know, that's kind of what happens with this team. So we'll see as they progress, if things can keep moving in that direction. Drill Master back on his Phoenix. And that guy really has been a standout player. And for Cafe Rose, you need to see a little bit more. I'm probably really sticky here. It's been hard for him to kind of get things going on Bucky so far. It's been all Drill Master, but eventually Lyric on the backside able to take him down.
Oh, that was huge. Not only finding Drill Master, who tried to take a Tuki nice off angle, now they're going to force out these staggers. Look at these individual fights here, as Tree's going to be able to find Fleep next. Dance of the Butterflies is activated. Nightmare Academy in the side room. He's going to hold on to it for now, as Nightmare Academy get held around this next checkpoint, around the next corner. Really sticky. Finds Paradox next, and Cafe Rose take control over this fight.
Good stuff from Really Sticky, and, you know, we need to keep seeing that right out of him. It's been a bit of a quiet map, I think, on his side, but regardless, the dive's been really good from No Binds and Lyric. He's just meant to sort of anchor, peel for this backline a little bit, maybe set up some hooks up for himself. Drill Master over to the Bucky of his own. Fleeb does commit that freedom charge. They want to go aggressive with it. Nice kidnap on a Really Sticky. He goes down early. See you later's not going to keep him alive. Pixel has to pop that dance floor to kind of keep everybody going. The BRB, it does bring it back, though, trading back on Crazy Mage. That BRB should be brought back for Crazy Mage, but now you have that Kraken impact. Hit the sky, Drill Master gets the lead. Really Sticky with two. The See You Later to try to hold on, but Really Sticky is really sticky on this Rocket Raccoon, removing him on the back. Pixel as well as another, and that should eventually do it. The portal isn't going to be up cooldown-wise, I believe, from Drill Master, so he has to switch to Spider-Man, and they get held in third phase.
Remember, they had used that portal just a few minutes ago, and it's a 3-minute cooldown in total, holding them back at the bottom end of the stairs. But Really Sticky was not only able to get that clutch shot in the middle of the air to shut down the enemy's Kraken impact, but was able to get so much more done. Also marking down where the separate positioning was for those strategists on the backline of Nightmare Academy. Great hold here from Cafe Rose, but a lot of these scattered fights from both of these teams.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. These fights have been scattered, and you know it's interesting that both Rocket Raccoons have been able to keep their BRBs alive with so many flankers in the lobby, right? Like, I mean, there's a Cap, there's a Venom, there's a Psylocke. You would assume that they would be going down. That just must be some really excellent like placement of the BRB locations from both of these Rocket Raccoons, right?
They've been pretty cheeky angles. I honestly was sitting on the edge of my seat because every time, whenever we see Central Park and it's right before that third checkpoint and you're there in the stairs section, You have a Wolverine that you're dealing with, man. I mean, you could easily get those environmental KOs, not only with some of these kidnaps, but with that final stand here, that last stand. So, you know, now taking a look at the different compositions rolling out, though, Nightmare Academy, they're still sticking to that Wolverine, it looks like. Well, Cafe Rose, the fact that they were able to hold it down in defense with a dive composition, I'm wondering if we're actually going to see the Spider-Man rolling out. Because, Dogman, you and I were talking a little bit before while we were watching Amiya, and I was like, man, what is going on over here in America? We've been seeing Spider-Mans legitimately, as it looks like that's what they're going to be rolling out with.
Yeah, I mean, there's an off-map, I think, like a cheeky off-map maybe play here you can get. And then potentially swap, but also they want to go for those full all-in dives in the back line. You can try it a couple times. The only problem is, yeah, you can get snowballed on defense almost, and this feels like a really good Wolverine map in general. Like always on Central Park, this is the map we see some great Wolverine plays, back to your original point, but he's just looking to peel right now. Cafe Rose, there's that kidnap onto No Binds, takes him from the wall and brings him into the inside of his claws, sending back that guy to the BRB at least, because 25 respect does resurrect him, so they're still in this fight, but down that BRB advantage.
Off the kidnap, they're just trying to jump the Cap, who's trying to find his position and get out through the window. But with another kidnap, it's both Vanguards that were in trouble. But if anything, this at least benefits the strategist for Cafe Rose. Look at Respect right now. He's nearing 80%, but Paradox has already beaten him to it. While Pixel has to play a lot more safely as Tree gets the 1-2 follow-up onto Drill Master. Nice out of position as Cessna is still harassing the Vanguards. But take a look at that point. Almost at that first check mark as Fleet has found the strategist with no protection. That's 2 knocks out here as Nightmare Academy have the number advantage.
Yep, great job just kind of playing together, and huge from Cessna. They've been able to peel, and right now you have that Spider-Man diving to the back line, not even able to get one. Eventually Tree's there to follow up, but Cessna's already got rid of No Bind. Yet again, no BRB to bring him back. Here comes that dance of the butterflies towards the point. It's met by an invisible boundary, however. So they're all still nice and healthy as Cafe Rose have split up yet again. Really sticky, swings in on that spider web, but doesn't really find anything just to live again. The peel comes through on the D-Spooky yet again. Nice freeze there from Pixel.
Love the follow-up. Can't get away here. No flying away, but it's going to be a kidnap to retaliate. But Binds has not only the reset with the armor, he also has the Feast of the Abyss. Diving down, though, it's going to find Pixel, and that's a big first pick. No Fate of both worlds here, at least, but it doesn't matter. Even with the BRB, No Binds and really sticky with that Spider-Man are making it work. Nightmare Academy now down with the Invisible Woman, only having the rocket for sustainability. As you pop the Spider-Man, the 1v1 into the trade. Are you kidding me? But again, with the BRB, it brings back really sticky, and that means Nightmare Academy, even despite the reset and the kidnap, won't have the number advantage for this fight, as it's still being contested.
That is wild. And now the portal will bring back one, and nice heals from Lyric again, or rather from this back line of Pixel once more. And Pixel's definitely been an unsung hero for Cafe Rose to keep them healthy in these fights. Another pull off the map from Cessna on a sticky. Sends off Spider-Man. He can't swing up from that KO box, and you have the Invisible One trying to stagger out. No Binds does take down Drill Master as well. Eventually, Nightmare looked like they could do it, but Cafe Rose could do it as Cessna does fall. That was a big hero play from Nightmare. And it's not going to be enough, luckily, for Cafe Rose, as Tree and Sticky combined for multiple Lyrics dives have been clean. Eventually, with a minute left on the clock, Cafe Rose cap it out, move into the second segment of the map.
Dude, we're seeing Drill Master now trying to match really sticky on the Spider-Man. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. I mean, every time we're seeing Cessna, though, try to go for these kidnaps and even being able to find these crucial KOs, it's almost like an Amber Alert is put out for Cafe Rose to come in with the backup, because Tree has been performing, backing away, continuously giving them pressure, waiting for the opportunity to strike and dive together with the Captain America.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting, because I think we're in a meta right now as Lyric gets kidnapped that, you know, the damage, like a lot of these duelists have high damage. They just have to live, right? Survivability is the most important thing. Spider-Man actually has a pretty good amount of survivability, but Tree gets removed. Nice job by Drill Master on the Bucky to finally come back and peel it off. BRB, however, does bring back Tree, negating that advantage due to that nice placement. Now here comes that Dance of Butterflies from Tree after resurrecting. Does take down Drill Master. BRB should bring him back, but doesn't matter because Cessna takes down Lyric with the last stand and removes No Binds too. Nightmare, control back on that payload, control back on that convoy with the See You Later as well.
And they have 2 ultimates to work with. Honestly, now it's going to be basically 5 for this next fight, with Drill Master having the Kraken Impact and the Feast of the Abyss right around the corner for D-Spooky. Cafe Rose, though, really have to follow up together with that Sia and maybe see what Real Sticky is going to be able to do, as even with the freeze, D-Spooky is able to get away.
That's been big points, big sticking point is Sticky. Now you do have D-Spooky going in. Here he is onto the Rocket Raccoon. The pocket's there. Here comes that ultimate. That spin to win. Paradox goes down. Same thing with Drill Master. So that BRB is removed even though that cooldown was up. And with that, I mean, the see you later advantage was too much. And also that Spider-Man ult was big.
You know, you try to push away an ulting Spider-Man, and it's unfortunate your Rocket being right there at his feet just allows him to still get that pick off. And now, with Cafe Rose winning another team fight, they got to clear up the space coming up that hill, because Nightmare Academy, they'll be able to recontest, and they've made the swap-up, dog, man. We are going over to the Hella No More team-up.
Yeah. Honestly, I was literally was about to say, I feel like Hella is actually a pretty good counter to Spider-Man if you have good aim, and Cessna could definitely hit those shots. We'll see if he does, and they're still trying to make it through this choke point. Really think he does take some damage, already halfway, but you do have pocket from that Rocket. That's a big point of this game, too, is that Rocket just does so much healing cross-map. Oh, my goodness. The headshot on the tree slows him down, but healthy yet again. Nice. Here comes that dance of the butterfly, or sorry, Fate of the Worlds. The dance in the middle of the invisible boundary to stay healthy, but Tree afterwards does have an ultimate available. Does connect onto Crazy Mage. Takes down one. Does the BRB bring him back, though? The answer is no. Cessna also falls, and that dive was just too clean from Cafe Rose, not even losing a single member.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you know, even in this checkpoint, Hella's really good at taking off angles, but it's about getting into position, and the way that Tree's playing Assassin right now on that Psylocke has just been so difficult to deal with. The recontest now comes in from Crazy Mage as he calls in the Doctor Strange portal. They won't have it for the next recontest once they get around that next checkpoint, if they do, but you call in the sounding of the 7th trumpet just to meet your demise here, but at least he's able to shut down Tree.
You have the Goddess of Death towards that point from Nightmare as well, and they want to stop Cafe Rose here, capping the carts. Hasn't able to find one. Dispokey going down, and able to find another, actually, but Pixel going down does get brought back by a BRB. No binds as well onto another on a Crazy Mage. Eventually, Cessna's falling after the Goddess of Death runs out. And luckily for the side of Cafe Rose, they're sort of doing it. Really able to find one, maybe another. Nice shot, but it might be too little too late. As an overtime, Cafe Rose cap out, and that cart checkpoint is right there with a minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, not far at all, right? And look at Tree and their positioning, too. Together with that Telex skin, by the way, I love the sound effects. It's a ticking noise, and moving up right after you get that KO feels great. But now look at the positioning of Really Sticky, too. Playing right here alongside, moving up the Venom as well. Crazy Mage getting that information, being invisible on that invisible. Remember, no Daredevil, as it was banned out earlier, looked like. As it can't see the invisible characters here. Instead, as Cafe Rose, they wrap up on the bottom end of the stairs and take a look at Fleet from Nightmare Academy. Could start things off with a freedom charge to stay alive.
Okay, nice job by Sticky to not really give his life. Doesn't blow off the way to C9! Oh!
No
Are you
shot.
Nobody's on the cart! What are we doing? Oh my god! Cafe Rose!
Actual
They're now
C9.
on that point. Yeah, what the
Actual
hell?
Seat 9. No, they could have prolonged that fight for at least 2 more fights at the very least, even if they lost that first one. Oh, no. I mean, we take those if you're Cafe Rose. Thanks for the C9 real quick. Now you're at match point. And you can only imagine, especially after winning Central Park, right? We'll be moving on to a convoy no matter what for game number 3.
Wow. I mean, what a horrible way to lose there if you're Nightmare Academy. A team that, you know, really when their backs are against the wall, they usually do well. But in this case, taking a look at those stats, I mean, what a play by Tricky. Really sticky on Spider-Man too. Made it work. I mean, a lot of great plays from all around, Vicky, right? That's nice.
It kind of goes hand in hand. Like, you know, you could try to get these kidnaps, these environmental KOs, but you could also try to make some magic happen. But you know what? One thing I feel like Really Sticky really was able to do, and it opened things up for Tree to frag out, getting 43 and 25 final hits, by the way, was what you were talking about, Dogman, when we made the transition when both teams had flipped sides, was allowing these BRBs to come out. Well, guess what? It kind of got stopped when Really Sticky was over on that Spider-Man, because notice how he was able to find those BRBs from Paradox a lot more often.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it was hard for the backline, I think, of Nightmare. Maybe they're switching up to kind of deal with the dive. But, I mean, really good job on 2025 and Pixel's side to do so much on that Luna Snow, on that Rocket Raccoon. And we talk about, like, the backlines in this patch are just so hard to deal with. And it's the same thing on the opposite side for those, like, really hard divers, too. So this is a very volatile patch in terms of, like, the time to kill, time to KO. But we'll see as this moves forward. Cafe Rose now up 2 in the series on that map point. We'll see if a reverse sweep is possible after this break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everybody. An incredible series we are in the middle of with myself, Dogman, and Vicky Kitty. We are now in game number 3. Cafe Rose are up 2 in the series, looking to close out over Nightmare Academy. Vicky, that last map was pretty fun. We got to see some Spider-Man. We got to see a lot of unique things out of the side of Nightmare, or out of Cafe Rose, and it ended up working out.
Yeah, you know, you stick with the Wolverine to the very end because you're trying to deal with dive compositions just running at your backline, right? And then, unfortunately, at the very end, it ended in a Captain America C9. You know, a Captain 9, I guess, C9 going out. And as Jeff and Emma do not get to see the light of day for both these teams, we are now seeing Cafe Rose not only on match point, but remember, this is the lower bracket finals within our MRC Americas edition, as we get to see the Bucky protected again. Really sticky. Was able to come back a lot and enable Tree to really pop off originally on that Psylocke. I mean, I'm even expecting, if Nightmare Academy do end up wanting to ban out the Psylocke, even though we could see that Psylocke 1v1 between both these teams, it could benefit them. But if Tree does roll out with the magic, I wouldn't even be surprised with the amount of magic we've also been seeing within the MRC, right, Dogman?
100%. You're right. Yeah, I think we could definitely see it. It might be some fun. We saw Kendrick play it, you know, in that finals. But you're right. I mean, the Psylocke ban, you could argue, is a little bit too late against Cafe Rose. Drillmaster was really good on Psylocke, but you saw,
yeah.
I mean, just Cafe Rose are playing around their Psylocke a little bit better. Drill was getting SVPs, you know, silver valuable player, but regardless, second valuable player. It's just not been enough. And now you got to ban it out. It makes sense that we're a little bit late. We do protect the Angela because of that last ban that happened last time for Cafe Rose. Makes sense. And they banned out the Cap on the opposite side because of it, resulting in a Venom Protect and then Loki ban for Aegis Path.
I don't want the potential chance of having the 7 reses that maybe you could get in overtime like we saw in Emil. That was insane, but that's why you usually see the Loki ban for anybody watching at home. You ban out the Loki, you also see that the fact that they protected the Mantis. You don't want those big AoE healings, but you also don't want the opportunity to have Adam Warlock running into that composition to then get the res, or rather the God of Mischief coming out, to then get the copy on the Adam and then get the res. As we see both our teams locking in. No Daredevil once again, and this time also no Cap, which is great for Cafe Rose here too. Even though we know that, you know, they could try to match that together and deal with the Captain America, they themselves feel like that was an issue within that last game.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Cessna was, at least when we saw Cessna last, was definitely really good on a lot of the Daredevil. Definitely his best hero, probably, it seemed like so far. But, you know, it's such a new hero still to this day that people are still learning so many things with it. But it can be a pretty hard hero to deal with. And for Nightmare Academy now, they have to sort of start this reverse sweep, and they're going to do it on the attack. So we'll have to see what, you know, their actual competition is going to be. For Cafe Rose, however, they're going for that 3-3 style with the Angela in the sky on no binds and Lyric on that Magneto alongside Really Sticky on the Venom. A little bit bigger version of Spider-Man, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty true, at least. And Really Sticky, at least you're talking about the health pool. In this case, you could try to bait out a lot of these utility from the strategist if you try to dive in there. As Cessna looking to try to take this first crucial pick with the Black Widow. Nice to see, but the only issue is we have BRBs from both sides, so that hasn't stopped as we come out into our third map now. Cessna, though, now making the swap after trying to get that initial shot and gets the kidnap, by the way, onto the Magnetos. Hasta la vista, the Lyric, and now the BRB is used up from Tree.
Leaves over to the Thor, too, so they just want to keep getting that damage down range. Also, nice stun from that, I believe it was the Drill Master there with that Bucky to sort of slam back into that Angela, shed her to the ground. And Cessna, again, like you said, just on that car, able to get so much damage down range, and the Wolverine really online, full claws out. Everybody's getting removed.
Yeah, keep him on Wolf, because this is what allows them to find so many of these big pickoffs. But now it's the recontention from the portal as they're trying to set up on the high ground. They're also getting information before jumping right back into the action with 3 Vanguards, 3 strategists. Get ready to go together with no binds flying up on that Doctor Strange after making those readjustments. Look at the strategists, though, from Cafe Rose. They can keep this fight going for quite some time.
Cooldown's forced, then there's that Thor ult. Nice stun on the Lyric, though. He's still alive.
Wow.
The push off from the Invisible Woman. Nice job from 2025 Respect to peel everybody off of Really Sticky. But you do have Friendly Prison available. You also have Fall of the Kraken Impact. There it comes in the 1-2 combo. Able to find one. Resetting off the back. The See You Later is up in the sky, however, so no reset is able to get found for now. That should eventually peel it off and result in that group coming back from spawn, and Invisible Boundary on top of it. Too late for the defensive angle. Not able to save their Doctor Strange, and with that res, they're only down 5 versus 4, or 5 versus 6, and he has to come back on Angela. The Strangling Prison is out, but no follow-up is necessarily there. Nice kidnap back onto the front line of Lyric. Able to remove that group once more, and Nightmare's pushing on forward. Meteor M deep into the back line. Nice job to shift away from it. And into the sky, Really Sticky goes. Shut down by Drill Master.
Fear nothing. No Meteor M. He gets shut down, and he gets protected even when he takes the splash damage from the Meteor M. I like the changes now as we get to see Cafe Rose having Lyric back over now on this Magneto, the wall right behind the Thor's back, as he manages to get away after it crumbles down to the ground, and no binds now flying up on the Angela. They get this first checkpoint as Cafe Rose now struggling a little bit more, even with Pixel finding that first pickup onto Drill Master. They'll be able to get right back into the fight from the spawn gates being right behind them.
It's going to be fun. We get to see Tree playing the Hella. Haven't been able to see him play that just yet, at least on the official broadcast. So we'll see how he does on that hero. Maybe Sticky as well swaps over to the Namor. We'll have to pay attention to that matchup. Meanwhile, they also put Cessna back over to that Hella. And Drill Master going to stay on his signature Bucky as of right now. But 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Cafe Rose has to take advantage of this current defensive hold that they have going on. Otherwise, Nightmare maybe starts to snowball. The Thor has been actually not too terrible. Also slowing down no binds.
And beautiful protect from the Magneto here. As Tree, we get the 1v1, the Hella 1v1, as Tree shuts down Cessna. But now with the BRB, Nightmare Academy are not worried. Looking way better now on this time with their attack here on Yggdrasil. And they're not only able to find respect, sending them back to the spawn room gates, they forced out that fate of both worlds. So they won't have that going into this next fight, only relying on that invisible boundary.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, just using that see you later, walking forward. Cafe Rose not able to find much from that Fate of the Worlds. And this is a tough part against Rocket Raccoon. I mean, the character just brings so much value. Cafe Rose doesn't have anything against it, whereas no binds now onto that Venom. Right, gonna have to try to find that BRB next time it's up. And we do have so many ults, like you said, available. That Meteor M can also come up for Lyric. Invisible Boundary doesn't even save Spooky, though, on the front line. Or rather, no, they don't have an Invisible Boundary on the Crazy Mage's side to save him. Meteor M in the sky. Slam dunk on a Drill. This time he cannot dodge it. Holding it for the very last angle. Or very last second, rather. Cessna now on that flank. Able to try to get really sticky eventually, but Tree in the sky able to trade back Fleeb. Pixel with another one. And also across the map, the Goddess of Death connects on a Drill Master. Cafe Rose finally get a hold.
Tree once again coming out on top when it comes to the 1v1 ditto, but even better, I really like how they were able to utilize the invisible boundary slowdown to also stop that Bucky from getting away. That's why Drill Master looked so slowed down here, and when he was trying to find his own angle away from that Meteor M together. As now Lyric moves up, they stop Nightmare Academy for now, and they're going to be able to try to hold these two different angles. So you can see Nightmare Academy together with the Angela, Fleeb, just trying to get some more distraction going. The bubble now used up onto him, but he gets the shish kebab, but no follow-up, as the Bird of Prey is going to be able to get away.
He's kind of harassing above and bringing back that Venom, making sure they don't find their BRB, sort of protecting it like a lurking angel in the sky. As you do have some help now back onto that main angle from Nightmare, able to set up the off angle of Cessna through all that pressure provided by Fleeb in the squad. And that flank is perfect. Cessna takes advantage of it. Really sticky goes down, but the other flank comes out of 2025 Respect and his Hella player. They're able to take down one. And with that trade, it was actually really good from Tree and them on that sort of timing with that two sort of hit squad on that flank.
Yeah, no Astro Flock advantages there in that case here. And now Cessna slowly reaching out to that god. He yeeted that from the side room. Yeeted that, but guess what? You have no fault. The rest of your team are getting held out on the bottom end of this hill. We're still trying to see the 1v1, by the way, with this Angela. And together with the slowdown, good luck, because they're also camping out on that health pack. He needs some help.
Yeah, that was very awkward, to be honest. Like that, just yeet of the Heaven's Retribution, missing it in the main angle. Regardless, now everybody's a little bit split, trying to fight for that off-angle spot, resulting in D-Spooky, I mean, not having an easy time in main, and they can't break their choke point right now, Vicky. It's been really hard, and Fleeb is trying to kind of make it through eventually, forcing off that Hella. Now they can walk into that Meteor M, brought back from that Angela Spear, both Meteor M's in the sky, and D-Spooky's lands, but the Kraken impact on the opposite angle after that Meteor M connected. Drill Master takes down one. And on the defensive angle, wasn't able to get found. And Goddess of Death in the sky surely gets deleted out of it. Tree's able to take one before that. So Kraken Impact isn't going to continue. You do have Lyric as well. On the low ground, takes down one. Drill Master brought back by a BRB. So the advantage still for Nightmare. Also the Angela brings back that main angle. Tree trying to find this Bucky. But the heals come through. No, eventually finds one. But Fleeb trades it back once more. So this offense actually favored. Cessna shuts down Tree. And then D-Spooky on the front lines takes down no binds as well. And in overtime, Nightmare looked to finally have a foothold.
And now with the portal here too, Cafe Rose, they're outnumbered and they're getting contested as Nightmare Academy are now wrapping up to get this next checkpoint. I was gonna say a big difference maker there, at least what it looked like for Cafe Rose, was the Feast of the Abyss and the anti-heal. But with Nightmare Academy getting those big, again, scrappy fight and coming out on top with a number advantage, Cafe Rose have no choice but to get staggered and now have to delay their approach to trying to take that fight.
The matchup between these two teams we saw last time. I mean, just overtimes. That's the sort of man. By the way, that Venom, poor Venom, dude, just speared and brought back like a shish kebab. That is hilarious. But, you know, you do have Cafe Rose in this defensive angle, still able to kind of set up. They still keep No Binds healthy. And Nightmare walk in. Heaven's Retribution this time connects from Fleeb, but it's met by that Fate of the World to keep everybody healthy. Lyric as well finds another one. Lyric has been so consistent on Magneto.
Really good here. He did miss out on that last Meteor M, but still finding this big pick follow-ups is what is to be focused on. Also, that Fate of Both Worlds from Pixel was huge. It stopped the combo that Nightmare Academy wanted to go for, together with the Heaven's Retribution, as well as the fall from Cessna. But now it gets shut down because Cessna and Drillmaster taking these angles, having the Kraken impact. They're looking to get this payload all the way to the finish point.
25 seconds left to go. Gotta set up that's using the last fight for Cessna to open it up for his team. And I mean, we've seen Nightmare do it before. Can they do it again? They do have both Stratus ultimates, whereas Cafe Rose just used their Fate of the Worlds last time. But in this meta, I mean, anything is really possible, even through Strat ults. Now I see you later committed. Also, visible boundary for the defensive angle for Cafe Rose. BRB's also up, so this Meteor M does connect. Doesn't actually. Oh my god, that Hella stays barely alive. Kraken Impact comes out to try to get the race out of the sky. Sticky doesn't come down fast enough, so he gets removed. Tree also as well falls, and there's nothing to bring these two players back because the BRB is not on their team because they don't lack, or sorry, they lack the Rocket Raccoon, and Cessna's hitting shot after shot, has been leveling up consistently throughout these series, and Nightmare in overtime cap out against Cafe Rose.
Yeah, unfortunately for Really Sticky, he was unarmed and safe there. Getting shut down in the middle of your Kraken Impact, getting a taste of your own medicine if you are Nightmare Academy. Thank you very much, Cafe Rose, for protecting the Bucky. Came in clutch here for Drillmaster, but I'm really liking the different off angles that we're also allowing Cessna to get an advantage on this Hella, as now we get to switch to the sides here as Nightmare Academy, now flipping it over to the defense.
Oh my goodness, and yeah, you called it out. I think it's like the opposite sides for Drillmaster against Really Sticky. That 1v1 is very interesting because, you know, we talk about Bucky being a very, very easy hero, kind of like at a base level, but it is hard to master, right? Because you can do so many things. That's the difficult part. Like, Really Sticky didn't, I guess a lot of good Bucky players would probably come down really fast there maybe instead, because it feels like multiple times we've seen Really Sticky fly up in the air and sort of anime freeze, you know, while the Kraken Impact has a choice of where to go. But every time he's done that, at least 2 times out of the multiple we've seen out of him, he's gone down in the sky to Drillmaster, who just reads it.
When you see the anime freeze, you gotta cue in the theme song, though. Maybe thinking that he has an opportunity to get a follow-up, except no, it's taking way too long. But it's great awareness, though, at least from Nightmare Academy, to mark Really Sticky, too. Because remember what we saw before, as we see Tree going over to that Moon Knight, because whenever you expect that 3-3 hold, of course you want to get that Hand of Khonshu, that ultimate online, just as quick, just to build up space, and to also have the potential chance of getting the Wombo combo with the Groot as Lyric is on right now in terms of the Strangling Prison. So let's see if they're able to make this work at the moment, as Nightmare Academy have Cessna over on the Cloak and Dagger for this 3-3 comp.
The change-up still staying with that Rocket Raccoon. This time Pixel will be playing it. 2025 Respect is on the Luna Snow instead, kind of mixing up those roles a little bit in that backline department. Meanwhile, for Nightmare, like you said, that's interesting to put Cessna back up the Cloak and Dagger, but you do want to run that 3-3 style with Fleeb in the sky on Angela, who's been playing that very well. But oh my goodness, really sticking with the Kidnap, kind of doing a similar maneuver that we saw on the opposite side for Cessna. Able to find one. Nice job, but the BRB should bring back Drillmaster at the very least, and we saw Drillmaster pop off on Magneto yesterday. Can he do it again after being brought back by the BRB? Still having an advantage, though, is Cafe Rose. But they need to bring that BRB a little bit closer to make sure reses come through if they go too aggressive. But No Binds falls. Nice job from Drillmaster. The shot's in. Was that BRB close enough to bring No Binds back? Yes, it was. But this car really hasn't gained a lot of space, Vic.
Yeah, so that's kind of what No Binds is also trying to look out for, is where Nightmare Academy have positioned that BRB from Paradox, and as he's getting protected by both the Cloak and the Invisible Man, Nightmare Academy have the Invisible Boundary, really sticky now, making that swap over to that Storm, together with the damage boost and mobility, have found Fleeb right before the Invisible Boundary comes out. Sia activated Meteor M as well, but it doesn't find its mark, as a Strangling Prison, together with a wombo combo of the Kraken Impact, allow them to get the follow-up, but doesn't allow the reset, it looks like, as it was Lyric who was able to get the finishing blow.
A really good card focus, at least. I feel like Nightmare at least played this sort of 3-3 style a little bit better than Cafe Rose did. Just kind of understanding where to go. But we'll see as it progresses, right, with the portal play. It's very hard to still win afterwards. They did just use Meteor M. That is a big selling point of this composition. And they're also going to have to come back quickly, right? Because the Omega Hurricane could wipe everybody up in this potential Cloak and Dagger roll from Cessna.
And now with the Puerto Rican test.
Oh,
No Bind says, yeah, not today, Crazy Mage. And it's going to take even longer to get that Invisible Boundary up, as really sticky Omega Hurricane together with the Fate of both worlds, as it was damage boost. Being grouped up together means nothing. Shutting down these Spooky's attempt with the Feast of the Devouring here, as Fleeb gets knocked out first, and Cafe Rose, they take over the cart as well as get this first checkpoint.
Oh, that's the tough part when you play Cloak and Dagger, and now they don't have the portal play because they just used it, so that's brutal. I mean, they literally, like you said, they're 3 ults. Omega Hurricane, Heaven's Retribution, Fate of the Worlds, just onto a poor Cloak and Dagger who is just coming out of her form, can't even fade during that sort of like lock of animation. Brutal job from the side of Cafe Rose there. Now Nightmare Academy on the defense, second phase. Kind of a similar situation that Cafe Rose was in now. I thought the Nightmare were doing solid, but you know, that push by Cafe Rose at the very end to stop that portal play was so clean out of Cafe.
Love it. Just together that and the damage boost, I mean, it gets so lethal, right? And Nightmare Academy, they were shut down when they were trying to defensively force out more of this pressure, as with the kidnap and the follow-up, Spooky, he finds no binds, but with the BRB, brings him right back into this fight. Look at Pixel, though. He's got the Sia now, and with them swapping over to the Adam Warlock, I feel like these fights are going to be even more elongated, dog man.
Absolutely, definitely elongated by these Angels in the sky. Drill Master, though, looking to stop it for now. Really sticky, though, does have that cocoon to bring himself back, in which he does so. Here comes the See You Later with the Final Judgment. Usually this combination tends to wrap up the entire enemy team, so everybody's going to fall back. They don't even want to engage, and it makes a lot of sense. I think this combination is too powerful, and it's too old, so at least you want to disengage it. You did use a See You Later, but you got to cut your losses, right?
Yeah, at this point, you just gotta back away. Spooky finds really sticky, and he already had used up that passive, so he's gonna take an extra long walk from the spawn rune gates. But with respect, getting these follow-ups, and with no Kraken Impact and landing its mark, it was great peeling here in the side of the Vanguards to shut that down, together with Tree being on this Punisher. Sure, Paradox does find Lyric, so we're seeing even more trades come out, but the BRB once again brings back Lyric.
Yeah, at least they'll have that advantage, but it's like you call it Spooky. I think looking a lot better today than yesterday. Has been a consistent star player for this roster now on a brand new Sunday, Championship Sunday, in fact, because not only would they have to win this matchup in reverse sweep fashion, but then they would have to fight an incredibly difficult opponent in that grand finals. But now here comes the Heaven Distribution. Meteor M on the opposite side. Can he hit the shot? Nope. Well, he does, but the Soul Bond keeps everybody sort of healthy, regardless. Cooldown utilized. Fate of the World trying to go aggressive. D-Spooky trying to sort of slow it down, and now with that, do have that Wolverine full claws out. Maybe forcing off these tanks, and Drill Master as well. Usually finds the shot at the very end of all this, and goes aggressive in the sky with the last stand. Follows up with a nice E across the map. Also a headshot on the tree. Send them back to the spawn, why don't you? As Cafe Rose, can they even set up a res? Sticky on the cocoon. Res up on the height. Not far the side, but he goes down. Doesn't have a cocoon, so it doesn't bring back everybody. It's only 2 members of the entire team.
He committed, and no, the Rocky getting sent down by the Angela. But, you know, honestly, they could have staggered that even longer if they were able to get a pull in, too. So, with a minute, less than 20 seconds left on the clock, Nightmare Academy, they're looking like they're the ones in the driver's seat on this defense. You're going to see Paradox, by the way, backing away to set up his own BRB. As Drill Master drilled the damage off the stun, and the follow-up, no bites, can't get anything done. He gets stopped at the hands of Drill Master and Fleeb.
It's really hard. I mean, he can't get picked early, and Lyric trades it back to the very least, but the BRB will bring him back yet again. Also, the Amplifier plus that final judgment. Can they find those eliminations? Surely they find more than one, but no, I mean, the movement too much. Look at this Angela just flying around the sky. Eventually, he gets taken a little bit. No! I mean, Fleeb, the movement has been so good.
It looks so funny, just literally dancing around the bridge before it collapses here, and then was able to get away the moment that invisible boundary went down. I was looking at D-Spooky's positioning, unfortunately also walked back a little too far for the invisible boundary to help out D-Spooky, while Tree was still spraying and praying in that final judgment. They're wrapping around the corner, though. They're right before the second checkpoint with Really Sticky being on the Mantis together. They're getting stunned. Back in impact, though, together. Medium M's flying in the sky. 2 giant meatballs for the platter, but both unfortunately miss as there's spaghetti all over the floor. See ya, and a stun onto Snesna and Fleeve. But Drowmaster, he's been on something else. Well, he's been on this Bucky, and even with this BRB, it brings back no binds.
So we gotta think after this map, maybe you want to start first banning Fleeve's Angela because of how much he's done and how, I mean, just little no binds is able to do. It's been really tough. I mean, the peel job has been too much, and Lyric does find one again. This has been the constant for this squad, and over time, Nightmare did it on their attack. Can Cafe Rose do it with theirs, and Lyric finds another one after Crazy Mage gets brought back by the BRB, though. You do almost have that Wolverine's last stand. Here it is! It connects on everybody, but do they find the eliminations? It looks like the peel is too much, and behind you is an invisible woman. It smacks you in the butt. Tree back to the spawn he goes, and Realistic able to find one. Does the BRB bring him back at the very least? No, that does not. Really sneaky in the squad, kind of trying to close out as See You Later finally allows Lyric to find even more eliminations. Pixel as well with another one, and Cafe Rose in overtime have to deal with now a portal, but everybody has overtime spawns, Vicky. They have to come back through the portal last second.
Yeah, as long as maybe Fleep gets something done with the Heaven's Retribution, but look at No Binds, who's harassing Paradox, who's close to that Sia. Invisible Boundary, Spooky has a Meteor M, but point blank, he finds Respect, who tries to get away. That was huge, shutting down the Invisible Boundary even bigger as Nightmare Academy, they wrap up around this cart, and they plant their feet on the defense.
Whew. What a series what a map, rather, from Nightmare, and what a series from both of these squads, actually, because that was a really well-fought match there from Nightmare Academy, able to start this sort of potential reverse sweep. And, you know, as much as I love Tree on Punisher, or as much as I love how Tree is playing the Punisher, rather, it just feels like it's not really worth it. Every time you see him on Punisher, they tend to lose, so it's a little bit scary, I think, if you're a Cafe Rose fan. But Nightmare starting that reverse sweep now, Vicky, and that was a really big map to do it off of some really good Angela play and really fantastic, Wolverine gameplay out of Cessna.
Yeah, it also really put pressure on the Magnetos, right? Because when you see the Wolverine come out, I mean, you're forced to also burn out that bubble if you're constantly getting kidnapped. And I agree, too, because then you also get to see the Bucky for Nightmare pop off. Yes, Cessna gets the MVP, 35-5 with 13 final hits. But really, that Bucky that we saw coming out from Drillmaster, he had 40 and 13. He went down a few times as Cafe Rose were trying to deal with him with the shish kebab that we currently saw from the Angela plays from all the way around. And even the pull-in from Respect. But that Bucky was different when it came to the DPS matchup between Tree and them.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. That was a big deal. And honestly, in general, by the way, sort of unsung heroes. But I feel like both of these teams actually have really good strategist play. I don't know about you, Vicky, but like I feel like in general, I've just been super impressed with at least MRC's strategists. Like, they haven't really made too many mistakes. Like, every mistake we're seeing is kind of being made by Vanguard players, to be honest. And it's not Vanguard or Duelist players. Like, I feel like it's hard to maybe notice the exact mistakes that these strategists do make because, you know, a lot of it is maybe like bad positioning or whatever. But honestly, both of them in every strategist we've seen so far in MRC really deserves a huge shout out and probably will get moved up to some signed rosters in the future. I wouldn't be surprised if scouts are looking at any of these teams because I feel like every strat today and yesterday were really impressive to me, at least towards the very end of the tournament.
I agree. I mean, look at what Paradox was able to do in that game alone, right? Remember what we mentioned in the previous map where when your Rocket is getting focused so consistently and your BRBs are not getting what they need to get done and bringing back your teammate, whether they go too far, Paradox stayed alive. He went 19-1 out here, Dogman, but we have to see if Nightmare Academy could come out of this W after an unfortunate Game 2 C9 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere because we got game number 4.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a series on our hands in our best of 5 in the lower bracket finals between Nightmare Academy and Cafe Rose. Nightmare Academy, they keep the series going, Doug, man, and we are going on to a map 4.
Yeah, map number 4 is going to be exciting to watch because we saw some overtime pushes, and it was almost done there by Cafe Rose, but it's as you called. I mean, really good work from the side of Cafe Rose, from Nightmare to close out there.
Yeah, we saw, honestly, I'm not going to lie, I wasn't a fan of the Angela plays from No Binds. He kept getting called out for it. I feel like at that point, if you're getting CC'd all the way to the spawn room gates, that maybe you have to change up either your positioning or your approach on that backline. Because, you know, you see the vision, but we also see the vision on not allowing Jeff through again. No Jeff, no Emma. This time, they do protect the Angela, and it's even better here for Nightmare Academy after they got a lot more done with the Angela than we saw from Cafe Rose.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think I'd be a little bit worried about that. I mean, you're more worried about the Jeff gameplay out of La Crazy Mage, but yeah, I mean, that Angela early protect is smart, and the protection of the Psylocke on the opposite side makes sense considering, you know, how much value Tree got on the previous map. So I like that sort of protection of it, but the Emma ban means that we're obviously not going to get a team up there, but they do get rid of that Bucky as well. You know, man, now we're going to have to see Realistic on a different hero. And Daredevil's also removed, so that's another part of Really Sticky's hero pool, that Bucky, then going over to Daredevil. So it kind of, that ban of the Daredevil kind of screws them over a little bit long term. I want to see what Really Sticky's going to play.
That's very true. I mean, if anything, Really Sticky was on the Adam Warlock at one point. We did see,
Yes.
interestingly enough, the Spider-Man plays in that second game. So keeping that in mind and seeing now the protect over to the Luna, I do like the fact that you get to protect the Sala because that was the strength, right, for Cafe Rose. And Nightmare Academy, I believe in the last map, did ban that out. As a final ban is going to be the Mantis. You don't want to get any low-key Mantis shenanigans with a big AoE healing, but that still opens up the fact that you could still do Adam Warlock into Loki if Cafe Rose wanted to do that.
Good point. Let's see how Cafe Rose react to this ban phase because I think, Nightmare actually did pretty good here. You know, the Mantis maybe doesn't even get banned only because we saw, Cafe Rose. I mean, there's a lot of priority on Sticky's hero pool. And, right now, Adam Warlock, like you said, is in there. The Mantis sometimes in there. We'll have to see if he can flex over to the Star-Lord now. Which he, probably can, but also Cafe Rose is going to rely heavily on a 2-2-2 style instead of this sort of triple comp that we used to see in, the last patch, but it sort of faded away because of teams like Virtus Pro.
Yeah, making up for it, right? When you get to have Born Again just ringing through your ears and it's coming back over and over again. It comes in clutch. But I definitely agree now being able to see the different types of comps rolled out within our MRC teams after coming fresh from the Grand Finals in DreamHack Atlanta has its influence. I mean, the fact that you currently see Star-Lord has been another really strong pick together with the Rocket. You can get that recall, reposition yourself, and continuously harass that backline. But it is going to be matched together with Cessna coming out.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to see if Nightmare just want to go hard aggressive. I mean, they still get Fleeb on that Angela. On the opposite angle, you do get the cap this time because it's not banned for Cafe Rose. And Lyric, has been a standout player for this Cafe Rose squad as well. We'll see if he can do just as well on Captain America instead of on that Magneto and the Emma Frost. Hard to play, every single Vanguard in the game, especially going from an anchor to a more mobile hero like Cap. But, you do have really Sticky on the backside angle, always looking for those strategists. Kind of getting some nice shots. Goes in with the Blaster Barrage. Pushed away, though. Nice job from Crazy Mage. And Lyric is here now finally for the follow-up onto those two.
Mage has had enough, right? Because Mage is always being the first one. Dove on, focused on here, needing some help together. But Cafe Rose are trying to walk huge freeze into a follow-up from Pixel. You can flex on that here if you're Pixel. Finding Cessna is going to be huge because there's no BRB from Nightmare Academy side.
Yeah, big freeze, like you said, and great coordination to focus him as a cohesive unit. And off of that, they're able to actually come back into it, Fleeb is. So regardless of that nice freeze from Pixel, we already found where this Luna, Snow, and Rocket are. So everybody's coming over. Now Drill Master's able to build up that Dance of the Butterflies so quickly. Pixel gets removed. BRB no longer here. No binds as well, falls low towards that objective. Coming out of the Beast of the Abyss is D-Spooky onto nothing, but it doesn't really matter at this point, luckily for them, although Tree does find one. Cafe Rose sent away. Nightmare, again, starting the momentum, taking the point first.
And they get that stagger, though. It looks like he gets protected by Respect, or rather, from what we saw from Paradox. But I was wondering, together, with the fact that Cafe Rose had target banned the Wolverine, they weren't the ones rocking out with the Wolverine, right? And now this forces Cessna to play way different than what we've seen in the previous games within this series now, as he's going to be able to come right back around together, still sticking to that Star-Lord. But Cafe Rose, they have these three ultimates. Pixel 2 has some help together with the Fate of Both Worlds, as Drill Master is able to find Pixel.
Yeah, great job. But Pixel brought back by a BRB. They don't break it in time. Pixel dead again. Unfortunately, no bind. Trades back to Drill Master. Was brought back by a BRB, but it doesn't matter because no binds. Eventually, Paradox is found in the sky, hiding behind a little bit of a tree foliage kind of hiding spot down Rocket Raccoon. There's so many spots specifically on this map where you could do that. And, with those two picks, you move on forward. Nice shot. The Paradox in the sky there.
And then another one onto Drill Master. Sure, you find Respect, but by the time that Nightmare Academy come in to recontest, they at least have 38% on that point. But Cafe Rose will still be able to keep their feet on here. And now look at the Dance of the Butterfly as Tree is going to start getting into position, wrapping up on the other side of Nightmare Academy, as they also have that Galactic Legend together with that Tia.
The real skill in this game is being able to master a lot of these sort of climber characters. Now in the sky, here comes that Galactic Legend, met by the See You Later. Not going to melt it just yet. Here comes a counter legendary out from Cessna now, and the Meteor M does counter for a little bit longer. D-Spooky as well falls. Really Sticky on the opposite side does get traded. Spooky does get res by BRB. Same thing with Sticky. So both BRBs gone. Drill Master 1v1 loses it to Tree. Here comes the Dance of Butterflies. Get pushed away back to those Vanguards on the objective. So they live. Nice job. Push away from the Crazy Mage, but eventually Lyric takes him down. You're not able to create even more crazy plays on that point as really Sticky on a Cafe Rose dives on Paradox, and D-Spooky also falls. Nice job on this hold for Cafe.
And Mage is stuck in Nightmare Zone, honestly, right now. Just unfortunate with these first pick-offs again, but with Pixel at least having the fate of both worlds on the side of Cafe Rose, they now overtake the point already at nearing 62% and climbing. Nightmare Academy are on the approach to try to take the high ground, and look at Fleet's position as he tries to displace them on that bridge.
Oh, great call, Vicky. Tree goes down to Fleeb, who was lurking, waiting for that peel onto Tree, who was a little bit overzealous, going too aggressive. Also, he doesn't get brought back by his own team's BRB because he was too far forward. Now here comes the Dance of Butterflies, met by the fate of the world. And luckily, it's at a well-placed time, too, so you don't get that elimination even onto a target who got hit first. Tree comes back from spawn, gets his revenge on D-Spooky. Heaven Retribution's here. Invisible Boundary is too late.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, though, D-Spooky's brought back by the BRB. Now, everybody from Cafe Rose still on that objective. You have the Feast of the Abyss, allowing Lyric again to find a pick. Tree with the follow-up. G-Spooky's able to find one, but how much can these tanks and these Vanguards do against the opposition as Tree finds yet another one? Fleeb able to trade back. One, also, he comes back. The Drill Master really sticky on G-Spooky as well, so Cafe Rose looks like they're doing it.
Dude, Tree is insane. He got a 3K and then at the very end gets it with a 4K, and with overtime taken away, Crazy Mage, he uses up the portal. 3-minute cooldown, which means he can't approach the next round, opening up with it anyways, and now they shut him down right through the mouth here of that portal. The Galactic Legend from Cessna. Desperate times call for desperate measures, maybe forcing out a swap up in the next round, but they still keep this going. Overtime taken away. They have to look at really sticky after they were able to take out the Magneto earlier, as Drill Master is the first victim.
They're doing it. I mean, yeah, job done from Cafe Rose. Huge job in general from the whole squad to shut down Drill Master on that map. And it's like you said, Vicky, like this Psylocke matchup just seems to be uneven. I mean, it's been hard for Drill Master for sure, but I mean, like you said, Tree is just so good on Psylocke, dude. Like he is nasty with it and looks to be continuing his sort of reign that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, remember Nightmare Academy's like, well, we did ban that last time, and it definitely worked out for us, right? Like, they were able to have that duelist 1v1 way easier. And the only difference is that between the Bucky plays that we had seen from Nightmare Academy, now seeing Drill Masters having to do the 1v1 Psylocke fight, Tree just gets way more output on this hero compared to that of Nightmare Academy. Now, as we see some swap-ups to maybe deal with this, but they're still deciding, you know, do we go with the Nomura and Hela team-up?
Yeah, I mean, they're thinking about it. Cessna as well has been pretty good today. That's been the tough part. It's been really hard in this matchup for Drill Master. I feel like usually he's been popping off in that Bucky and stuff and in Psylocke too, but today specifically, and also in matches where Nightmare kind of loses, it feels like Cessna sort of comes online. But for Cafe Rose, also really sticky, flexing over to that Starlord feels to be like a seamless swap. It's obviously only one round, but Cafe Rose could end up on top over Nightmare as they are on that point and now on round point too because they just won the first round.
Ever closer to trying to get their run back here as Tree, he wants it, he's hungry, he's found Crazy Mage, and even with the BRB and the Sia, look where really sticky is. He's trying to find where not only that BRB could be placed in the future, but trying to get into a better position as Drill Master. He isolates Tree, Cessna, the Duelist, waking up for Nightmare Academy as Cafe Rose are down in numbers, and No Binds will wait to use the Feast of the Abyss for the next fight.
Clean take there from Nightmare, this time putting Cessna back on the Hela, able to find those eliminations. Also, the pull from Crazy Mage and the follow-up by Drill Master to play in that main angle. And this is where we're talking about these excellent strategist plays on both angles, right? Pixel able to find picks on Luna Snow. They're giving up on the Luna Snow advantage on Nightmare's side for the Invisible Woman, and you can see it's panning out, right? They're giving the shield to Cessna whenever he needs it, as well as hitting this Force Physics. It's been a hard job, a hard task, but Crazy Mage has done it so far in this round in particular. Now Cafe Rose have to walk up in this main angle, deal with so much poke from this Hela.
Oh, wait, the point.
Right. The point kind of focused on by that Venom. Distracting. Venom 1v1 sort of happening. Two beefy guys on the point sort of duking it out, you know, utilizing a lot of cooldowns, getting those out. Here comes Heaven Distribution as they kind of walked in. Maybe trying to force out some ults, but the follow-up's not there. It was a bit of a bait maybe, but Drill Master still takes on Tree. Doesn't matter. Late coming in from Fleeb after it, but Tree gets brought back by a BRB from 2020 perspective. Here comes the Piece of the Abyss in the back angle with the damage boost from the See You Later. Removes the Crazy Mage. Cessna as well falls, and Spooky does too. Great work from Cafe Rose on that re-engage. Able to get some extra damage on that Feast of Abyss.
Yeah, even though you're swapping over to the Invisible Woman, it doesn't work out for Nightmare Academy here, right? Because then you try to contest the No Binds, who, by the way, is single-handedly the MVP in allowing that breakthrough to allow the rest of his team to push up onto the point. A distracting Nightmare Academy forced their attention back to the point and then allowed Cafe Rose to wrap up right behind them and essentially make a Nightmare Academy sandwich together with invalidating that invisible boundary with the Tether and the Feast of the Abyss anti-heal.
Now they coming to the point, dealing with the Venom, forcing him back out to the teleporter. Meanwhile, Rocket Raccoon shows up. Hey, Paradox, how you doing? Trying to dash back around. Think he gets stunned against the wall. Does he go down? The answer is no. Still alive. Back through that team up with the Rocket Raccoon, able to escape out of dodge. And now in the sky comes with that Galactic Legend met by the See You Later. It's a little bit far away from Fleet, however, so Fleet goes low, but comes back into it at the right time. You can see that giant radius of the See You Later. Now they got to fit that in the sky. Met by that Meteor M. Where does that connect? It's on that Goddess of Death. Can't find an exact target. Here comes the Dance of Butterflies onto the Crazy Mage. Does he find him? It does. But how many more can they find? Because the BRB will bring back one. It looks like enough. Tree, good job on a Cessna. And eventually it looks like Cafe Rose are back into this one to take that point potentially, or rather to keep that point as Nightmare. You pop the Dance of Butterflies, people to find one. Can they find more, though? They need to desperately if they want to keep this objective in their favor, but the answer is kind of no. They're losing D-Spooky late to Tree, who has been a menace so far in the series, and Cafe Rose could win off of the back of it.
Dealing with Tree and no binds, just playing Invisible Woman into this matchup, you just must feel so frustrated here. You come back from the BRB, and there's no one to play patty cake with you to survive that Dance of the Butterfly. Then really Sticky gets a big stagger here onto Drill Master, and now even with the portal, Nightmare Academy, it's going to be a 5v6, but now they even things up, finding Pixel first. That's going to be big, but at least with respect, having to see ya, they're able to come right back around with that survivability. See the Invisible Boundary now, Face of the Abyss, once again to deal with the matchup of the Invisible Boundary not having the impact that he needs.
Wow, a lot better of a day so far for Cafe Rose. Looking to get warmed up for a grand finals if they make it there. I mean, it's overtime. It's taking down Nightmare. Last opportunity here. Otherwise, they're going out in the top three. Pixel takes down Cessna. Cessna's had a great day so far, but it doesn't end up mattering because Cafe Rose, they just have to melt this Heaven's Retribution and send these two Vanguards back home and keep them out of MRC contention. Tree with one on the Dance of the Butterflies, on to another. That's a great way to end it, a classic way to do so. Tree on the Psylocke and Cafe Rose end up winning Krakoa and winning the entire series to play in that finals for a rematch.
It's pretty nice to see Tree winning on Krakoa too, right? Krakoa would be very happy for that, shutting down any opportunity that Ultron may have to turn it right over to what he did to Arako. And in this case, Tree, the MVP for this team on that Psylocke, went crazy. That's the example of how important these pick and ban phases are for both these teams, even when we move away from Marvel Rivals Ignite into the Marvel Rivals Championship.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right. Like, especially with these global bans, it matters so much. You know, you got to realize when you don't have that matchup. It's like Drill played well on Psylocke, but the team just today wasn't playing well around it. I mean, map number one, it kind of was a testament to that, right? Like, it felt like they got the Psylocke matchup, and Drill got eliminations, but you saw how many casualties happened on him, and that's not just on him necessarily, but like the whole team was playing around Tree so well, and he kind of makes things work. He's definitely a star player on Psylocke. And Drill, you know, huge shout out to him and the squad too for competing. Everybody played well. Like I said, I think the strategist gameplay was phenomenal today. Cessna had a lot of highlights. Fleeb looked good on Angela. But today, it didn't end up mattering because Cafe Rose, as a cohesive unit, are trying to go for the sort of kings of MRC right now. Yeah, we lost. I mean, you saw it yesterday. We saw Kendrick on the Magic. You know, we saw Dynasty on Spider-Man. And we get to see that matchup yet again for both of these squads.
You know what I think is really funny, too? We have Cafe Rose, and what are our winners for the MRC in Americas in Season 2? Like Cafe Noir. It's like everybody is feasting, it looks like, here in the cafes. I wanted to drink whatever coffee they're drinking right now, Dogman, because this is also the run back, right? I mean, because you have to consider, like, not only is everybody enjoying their time in the cafe, but the comeback opportunity is there for Cafe Rose, because let's not forget who sent them down here to the lower bracket in the first place.
Oh, yeah, we lost is a very dominant team. We'll have to see how this matchup goes in that grand finals. We're going to a break. It might be a bit of a longer one, but if not, we'll see you guys very soon between Yowie Lost and the side of, like you said, Cafe Rose. It will be a first to four, so we'll be back after this break.
간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명에서 얼마든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 좁아 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세계면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 나널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명히 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 좁아 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 흐르는 승리와 명예 The weight of the world The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 좁아 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세계면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 좁아 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 너도 믿어 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세게 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 흐르는 승리 완벽해 The weight of the perfect words is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세게 오면 어둠이 떠 내려가지 세게 오면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 Let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 누군 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세게 오면 어둠이 떠 내려가지 세게 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 Oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 Let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 누군 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세게 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 한도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 한도 믿어 내일까지 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 한도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들어서 네 완벽해 The weight of the perfect words is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 한도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 나도 믿어 내일까지 세기면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it out. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it out. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky. We are now in the grand finals of Season 4 of our Marvel Rivals Championship. Vicky, how you doing? Good to be back again. We just watched that last game. Was a banger. You having a good time over there?
Oh, absolutely. My dog is too. You know, she's been watching the games with me, actually hanging out behind me. But, you know, it's been great to see how a lot of our MRC teams have literally risen up after our most recent DreamHack Atlanta grand finals. They're live at our first LAN there too, right? So you come out of the influence of looking at how our top teams have been rocking out with these different compositions. Psylocke still as utilized as ever here, Dogman, but now this is the run back opportunity between our two spots. We saw Cafe Rose earlier on lose out against Yeah We Lost just in that winners finals. Now Cafe Rose, they won in their last lower bracket finals match just to meet up with Yeah We Lost. Now, is it time? Did they figure things out after the results that we saw from yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find out. I mean, right now we know that Yeah We Lost is a really good team taking off maps of like top tier rosters. At least from what Sambol told me from Odyssey, you know, and these guys on Yeah We Lost are literally doing like head-to-head matchups against Ignite teams. So, I mean, these guys are really good. They also started early, like you said, while we were at DreamHack. MRC was happening, right? We had everybody going through those ignition stages very early on. I mean, hundreds of teams signing up. So shout out to everybody that did compete in it. Even if you didn't make it, you talked about how, you know, we're having the tournament in the in-game client available for you guys to play whenever. So that's kind of the big deal, is that Yeah We Lost and Cafe Rose finally, after all those weeks of grinding, are here in the grand finals in that head-to-head. And Yeah We Lost has that based on their matchup yesterday.
And remember, this is universal bans too. So you see the Daredevil, you see the Bucky immediately banned out. Well, guess what? That means neither team could rock out with either of these heroes. While we do see the Psylocke protect. And Dogman, you were actually talking about Kendrick earlier on today in the stream. And, you know, formerly from Shroud X, you know, well, has been playing on Odyssey as a sub, I believe, between Zytex and Self. Now rolling out with some interesting compositions that I noted from yesterday. Like, what was it? Like, we saw Magic, we saw Mr. Fantastic. I mean, I don't know what they're cooking up real quick, but it looks like it's been working out for them at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like he is really good on that hero, and you know, we already see some specific target bans. We have that Hulk Protect, which happens now for Carr and that team up off Black Panther if they do want to play it. Also, Cafe Rose not wanting to play the Jeff. But yeah, I mean, Kendrick, go back to your point. Like you said, I mean, we know that he's a really good Magic player now. And, you know, we heard apparently behind the scenes, like a lot of people know that he's really good too. Like, I believe Zombie 12th, one of the players that we saw in the tournament so far, he, you know, had the opportunity to play in MRC yet again. And we watched him, and he was talking about how Kendrick is probably the best Magic player. But, you know, there's people like Rymazing out there. There's a lot of really good Magic players, and Kendrick is now slotting himself into that category. Because, like you said, yeah, it's hard because there hasn't been really a Magic meta necessarily at a large scale until now. So a lot of these guys have kind of been waiting in the wing, waiting for Magic to get good. Having that team of Doctor Strange definitely impacts that hero.
That's what I was going to say. Like, the fact that we are seeing the chain of Cytorak, like, actually used in this composition for Yeah We Lost is interesting to say the least. And the fact that it's been working out, I believe it slows down whoever it chains up to, but it's huge when you find your opportunity to dive into a movable backline that, you know, they need to rely on their divers to get impact here. If you're looking at Cafe Rose, a team that doesn't have issues running the dive like we already just saw in that previous series. But how do you stay alive if your strategists are also getting backbone dove by this Magic composition?
100%, you're right. I mean, well, luckily, at least if you're the side of Cafe Rose, we're heading to the first map of Burn of the Chala, I believe. So that means that we, you know, are going to be going into a domination that is pretty wide. Like, especially this first round, I think melee heroes aren't necessarily favored, but, you know, the moment we go to the Mission Spaceport, the moment we leave to Warrior Falls, I think that's when maybe you can start to be skeptical of, like, these melee characters a little bit more. But regardless, we started off. You're going to give they give that rocket jump pack to the Magic, interesting enough, too. And we saw yesterday Kendrick do some sick moves with that, too. So it's definitely possible to hit some crazy flicks and set up a play with this portal.
I already know you and shit were popping off, like, just looking at the compositions that we're rolling out as we get to see the portal coming out to also block their only way in through that choke here, but they can try to wrap around from the high ground, but at least trying to delay Cafe Rose's approach, and also allows Yeah We Lost to already get set up. They're seeing how they're trying to play split up here, and already too playing into their strength, as you already mentioned. As we've seen the protect over to the Hulk, but then he gets put in the microwave.
Yeah, really sticky, you know, playing that Iron Fist. Cart does get brought back by the BRB at the very least, so he'll be back in the fight, but they still lose Kendrick. Nice job from Tree, too. Gets that Psylocke mismatch and doing well with it so far on this first map. But like we said, this favors, I think at the moment, Cafe Rose's comp necessarily. So Dynasty trades back no binds, but however, the res brings him back. Now you're going to need to see Lyric kind of pop off on this flank angle, who is, by the way, a Vanguard player, usually playing the Star-Lord. They're in that triple kind of composition to deal with Yowie Lost on this super mobile comp. They want to just kind of burn people down. Also take advantage of that sort of damage boost provided by Iron Fist in the recent patch to these Vanguard players. And Tree takes advantage of Dynasty, removing him yet again. No BRB to bring it back, and that's the player advantage. That gives Cafe Rose a huge edge.
It does. They need to capitalize off of this, but with the white armor keeping this going, the point hasn't been flipped just yet, and no binds. Needs some help with Yowie Lost restabilizing. Cart falling low once again, but with the Sia called in too from Suguru. The Rocket player here is keeping them in this fight, but really Sticky has been sticky to deal with, and with the Dance of the Butterflies, it does find Suguru, and again, the number advantage does favor Cafe Rose in this equation.
Dynasty switches over to Psylocke, trakes out Tree from across the map, but regardless, Cafe Rose have that objective, can wait for him to come back. They also lose Thrax on the delay, and Cafe Rose with a very unique triple duelist composition and a backline of Ultron and Rocket Raccoon to float around because they don't have the Jeff. I mean, that's so unique, right, Vicky?
Yeah, I'm just looking at how we lost swapped so fast when that comp that, in my opinion, very questionable, didn't work out, right? But that's what you have to do. You have to swap as quickly as you can because they at least delayed that fight, which also built into the ult economy, though, in Cafe Rose. They're going to be happy just delaying this, but with an isolation from Thrax on this Angela, they find the Rocket, and Tree gets some revenge over onto Dynasty.
And it's interesting, Dynasty's playing the Psylocke like he did on Black Panther, sort of just waiting for his moment to go for those assassinations, whereas Tree is just in the fight all the time. Thrax gets traded, Kendrick as well on a pick, so both of that sort of strategist line removed. Cart has to kind of pop off. Tree gets the health pack side, but dashes away. No way Tree movement is good enough to get away. Luckily, Cart does get him for his ultimate's sake, but regardless, Tree's brought back by a BRB, so that waited out that ultimate. But in the sky again, 2025 respect getting chased down by Kendrick, and now Kendrick yet again diving onto Lyric, comes through with that elimination off of that stasis from that Hulk side, and now they finally flip the objective and shut down that Iron Fist, who has been a nuisance so far.
It was a great stall, though, from Cafe Rose. They brought it over onto 66%, and if anything, if you guys were paying attention to that pick and ban phase, there's a reason why they protected the whole Cart. Is so insane here on this Vanguard, but together with Thrax, not only providing the protection that they need onto those other diving duelists like Kendrick being on the Star-Lord, but now they're going to be able to not only turn things around, the Dance of Butterfly is going to open things up, and you only have so many bubbles as both of the strategists are taken out from Cafe Rose.
I mean, yeah, that ult is so strong now. I mean, it does so much damage per swing. Change from last patch, obviously. Psylocke sort of the left click and right click sort of strategy of old isn't really in play now. Now it's just kind of farm ultimate, get off a big ult, and that results in multiple eliminations for the side of Yowie Lost off of a huge ult from Dynasty. And now set up, Yowie Lost is on the defensive angle. You saw it really Sticky switch off of that Iron Fist. Originally he was there to kind of harass this Black Panther, chase it down, also gets that damage boost onto multiple Vanguards. But Dynasty takes down Binds on the left side. Nice job from Thrax to bring him to him. And now you have Kendrick on the main side, just able to chase down this Vanguard on the front line. The last one here for Lyric. And it's sort of falling apart right now for Cafe Rose, though the BRB does bring them back. If they overextend, this could be big, but the Heaven's Retribution's in an aggressive spot, connects onto multiple members, but everybody's still alive because 2025 Respect is in the corner, hiding like a little rat on Raccoon, not being able to get taken down, resulting in now the see you later, the counter push coming out from Yowie Lost, and now Thrax able to take down really Sticky.
No, but real Sticky getting isolated. You talk about hiding up in that room. You have these walls to help him out, to allow the Rocket to get that healing done. But this Angela is a problem, and Yowie Lost. They were able to deal with that so well. The Hulk continuously starts getting more KOs as Nobines tries to run for his life. Can he get away? They're not trying to let him get in, as he could possibly get staggered, but he manages to escape with a pixel of health.
Portal is there in the nick of time to bring out the Hulk, and they're just tracking down Tree, but Dynasty does go to Lyric. Nice job from Lyric. Again, we saw how he popped off in the previous map, but the BRB does bring him back. Sugu trying to live, play their life. Tree does fall. Does the BRB bring him back? The answer is no. No BRB in sight. Into the ground is the Doctor Strange, so that Hulk locks him down once more, sending that ethereal blue skin smacked against the pavement. And at the current moment, they have to rely on the Dance of Butterflies for Dynasty, which has been big so far, though. Pixel alive with just a pixel of HP. Eventually, everybody's here to dive on it, but the Rocket Raccoon keeping him healthy for now. now. Eventually, it's too much, though. Overwhelming presence from Yeah, We Lost. Everybody falls. Sticky does find Dynasty. I have Agamotto on the backside from Sticky as well, but no follow-up. Kendrick is there to peel. And with that, Cafe Rose have control of the point, but no portal play. Here comes an ultimate from that Dance of Butterflies, but the See You Later keeps everybody up, and Tree has no HP. He falls, and as does Lyric. Round number 1 is looking really in favor of Yeah, We Lost as they flip the point in overtime.
No portal available too. I mean, that's the issue. I have Agamotto, but your strategist had went down the very first thing that happened in that previous fight. Dynasty gets really sticky, but even with a BRB, there is nothing Cafe Rose could do to win that first round.
Good round on Imperial's Institute of Science for Yeah, We Lost. It was looking really good. I mean, for Cafe Rose there, Vicky, right? Like, they had moments with really Sticky on that Iron Fist, and, you know, recently in the last patch, it was changed where Iron Fist does 3.1% of max HP instead of 2.7. So that results in, you know, a little bit of a melt of Kart's HP. He was the focus, but regardless, I mean, Cafe Rose was getting things going, and then, I don't know, what did Yeah, We Lost do to bring it back? It just felt like Cafe Rose just lost it.
30 seconds before you
It's just really difficult to try to be able to try to pinpoint a lot of these picks, but it's also harder when you have no sustainability because your strategists are literally getting dove by Yeah, We Lost. I mean, sure, you even have the Hulk to be able to get those double shields to help out Yeah, We Lost to even go in for the dive targets, and you can find these Eye of Agamotto stuns like we saw in the double Vanguards onto Yeah, We Lost, but with no sustainability, this is kind of what happens when your attention is so split because you are fixated with the rest of your team to dive, but your backline doesn't really have the mobility to help themselves out, especially that unfortunate Luna Snow, which is why Pixel had to make the swap over to the Invisiwoman.
Yeah, great call out, Vicky. And, you know, you could say that's why Yeah, We Lost is also doing so good. I mean, they're such a well-rounded team despite playing a very unique playstyle. You can see the pull-in from the Angela coming for the peel as well, making sure that everybody's sort of locked down by that Hulk, who shuts down no binds in the sky. Also with the Heaven's Retribution on top of it. Everybody onto 2025 respect, though the BRB does bring back one, and no binds after being brought back. Takes down Sugu. That removes that BRB. Good job on the strategist from the dive, and that's enough to turn it back around for Cafe Rose.
This is beautiful here. Cafe Rose trying to flip the momentum back in their favor, but Yeah, We Lost at least have 2 ultimates going to this next fight, but this is a good way to put themselves back in the driver's seat, but almost getting a little bit of deja vu, though, Dogman, after the beginning of the first round.
You know, it's very interesting, too. Cart, by the way, brought back by a BRB, so that stagger is removing that cooldown at the very least. You can see the bottom right, 42 seconds. If this fight does last that long, Sugu should have it back up and available, but as you call down, I mean, right now, the really Sticky as well has been like a really incredibly flexible player for Cafe Rose, like just playing so many different heroes. Now Kendrick in the sky, though, also in a similar boat on the Star-Lord, taking down really Sticky. BRB does bring back Sticky, however, on that point angle. If they find one more, that could be brutal, though. Losing Tree is massive, too, considering how much damage Tree has done in the middle of these fights with these captain dives, and Lyric does fall, too. Dynasty coming back for the peel has been phenomenal. Cart distracting everybody else as well, and this stall eventually going to come through. Let's see if a portal wants to happen for Cafe Rose, but more than likely, they're just going to clean up on the side of Yeah, We Lost.
Pixel can't even double jump away. That was insane. Cart is on a massacre here, being on the Hulk, and now Cafe Rose losing out at 44%. Yeah, We Lost. They're still holding on to that invisible boundary. Sia as well is also all around the corner. And then you see Dynasty already getting into position. He's got the Dance of Butterflies, but maybe wants to hold it if you can, at least in this choke together with the Heaven's Retribution.
We'll see if they hold on to it, Vicky. I mean, that's going to be a big deal. Dynasty goes out with the first. Everybody trying to patty cake it one by one, though. 2025 falls. That's the last member you want to fall to because that's that res beacon. The BRB. Kendrick's in there under really Sticky as well. White armor does fall, at least to Lyric on the opposite side, but it looks like Dynasty on the Psylocke is just doing too much on these dives.
It kind of goes back in hand with what we were talking about for our last series, right? When you see the Psylocke, you got to go in for the Psylocke 1v1, and you have to try to diff the enemy Psylocke, which is what Dynasty has been doing. Dance of the Butterflies at the very choke there also was enabled when you were also able to isolate those important strategists, specifically the Invisiwoman. But Invisible Boundary, at least in the favor for Yeah, We Lost once again, and you currently see that Heaven's Retribution also coming around the corner with no binds, having that together with Lyric allowing the sustainability on the Freedom Charge.
Retribution met by that See You Later on the inside angle. Here comes that Ensong Inferno. It's enough to take down Kendrick. Huge elimination found. Not even close to the BRB. Sticky again! On to Thrax and the Dynasty. Sticky making a name for himself on the Phoenix so far with 3 removed. They popped that invisible boundary. Going for the portal play now is Yeah, We Lost.
Dude, the young gun legend, 16-year-old Real Sticky, has been on fire now, making the swap that they need with the Phoenix, but they haven't flipped the point just yet, and the recontest comes in from Kendrick with that portal.
Shot on Sugu, though, however, removing that BRB Dynasty as well, and finally, the immense amount of pressure provided by We Lost after the portal is here is going to be sent away back to the spawn once again. As Cafe Rose just still dealing with his tagger eliminations. Just such a nuisance. We Lost are being right now, but there's the flip at 97%.
Pixel getting the finishing push off too onto Cart, right? And they were able to flip it, but look at this. We Lost still stalled on that point thanks to that portal, up to 97%.
I wonder if that cooldown is going to matter in the long term, though, as Cafe Rose. They're going to go for a play here, Vicky. It looks like setting up with Tree. The Hulk is in there. Is anybody here to help against this? Dance the Butterflies. It's just the Star-Lord and the Hulk. Hulk hits the ult at the very least to try to live, but still found Kendrick. Brought back by the BRB. However, Cart maybe can try to turn things around. Diving towards this back line. Diving towards the Angela. Able to find Sticky at the very least, but will bring back Sticky with the BRB more than likely. However, that Hulk connects onto one to the point. The Rocket Raccoon Invisible Boundary brings him nice and healthy. The 2025 Respect going to stay stunned. However, is still healthy. Meanwhile, Sticky, no way, could he take out the backline himself? And Song Inferno too, after taking out the backline all alone, basically. Dance the Butterflies to try to clutch it up for Dynasty, but it's too late, maybe. Both of these strats removed. No portal player involved either. Cafe Rose have done it off of Sticky's incredible performance on Phoenix.
This is what the MRC is all about. Someone signed this 16-year-old prodigy. He is going crazy. They managed to bring it to 99% as overtime is ticking away.
Now, overtime ticking down. Tied up now. We are 1-1. This is looking like a different series than we saw yesterday, Vicky. You called it. New day, new them. Cafe Rose against We Lost. At first to 4, by the way, if you are wondering, and this is a first to 3 or first to 2 on Burn of the Chala. Warrior Falls is going to be the deciding round.
Yeah, of course, and let's also remind the audience here, it's best of 7 in our grand finals, right? And they're not only fighting for the opportunity to make themselves known within the Marvel Rivals Ignite scene, but that first place gets to walk away with 6,000 USD, $14,500 prize pool. And this is what you compete for if you feel like you could take on some of the best. As Cafe Rose not only tying things up, but they have to fixate on what the biggest problem has been looking at We Lost, right, Dogman?
100%. They have to look at that. And you know what's funny? I think you brought up Sticky. Sorry to move on to this too, but like I watched them beat, I believe, this squad of Cafe Rose beating another team in MRC, and you know there's a little bit of trash talk too. You know, the team with Stace and all those guys after they beat them on social media. I believe you can go to Mace's Twitter, x.com, to find that if you want it. Obviously, it's less than PG, so if you are 18 plus, ill-advised if you're not, by the way, but to watch that regardless. Dynasty comes in for that dive. It's fun to watch a team that has so much passion, and Dynasty as well, shutting down Pixel, though removing some of that passion maybe out of the roster already, as that BRB will bring back only one on the no binds. They're getting picked apart at the current moment by We Lost.
And Sugu, too, was able to get that finishing blow onto Tree. But Cart, man, we don't get to see a lot of Hulk play out here, Dogman. And Cart has been really impressing me, even from yesterday, the action that we got to see. The fact that they were able to roll out with this and Kendrick being on the Magic together with the Black Panther from Dynasty, it's giving me some self vibes.
It is. I mean, Cart is a really good Hulk player, and I think that, well, now we're going to the next fight already, so heavy distribution, that point is going to have to be held for later. Tree does fall. Huge play from Thrax, who has been underrated too on this roster, has been so consistent as this sort of flex, sort of anchor role. Tree comes in with it, into the Butterflies, the bubble to come help heal for it. Did they find eliminations? It looks like the answer is no. It was a little bit too early, but now towards that point, they're trying to flip it. Both Vanguards there. Lyric does fall low on Cafe Rose's side. Kendrick trying to hit the one shot, who's now on Magic, and does so. Tree falls. No BRB as well to bring him back. Unfortunately for Pixel, his Ultron's Rage, too late to save him. And that new composition that we saw in round number 1 is slowly falling apart for Cafe Rose into this Hulk ult. Now Ultron has to deal with up. And Cart, Lover, the juggle in the sky. Ultron not feeling love today as he falls, and as does the rest of Cafe Rose.
Oh, Mr. California isn't happy about that one as Kendrick gets another one. Talk about putting them in the blender, by the way. Where do you even go with Ultron, right? Your forehead is touching the ceiling, and you're unfortunately not going to take flight when the rest of your team is getting knocked like a row of dominoes.
I love that point, Vicky. That's a great point. Yeah, these flyers on Ultron, it really is. I mean, you can't go anywhere. Like, it's like you said, you're just bonking your head on the ceiling. It's like being 7 foot tall on an airplane. Not that either of us would know as short kings over here in Queens. But regardless, Kendrick going for the dive of Dynasty on the high ground. Setting up on his back line with the bash. The nice dodge from the Black Hook, from the Rocket Raccoon. Tossed out to see you later in his last-ditch effort. As you can't escape the death grip of the side of Dynasty. Meanwhile, Sugu tossed out a see you later, gets burned down by Sticky, but Sticky still alive. However, very low. Everybody trying to live. It's just Lyric who can't run from Kendrick, popping the Dark Child. Kendrick has been disgusting so far. Tree, though, flipping back and forth on a Dynasty, takes down the Angela. Tree off the map due to that. Sugu whipping out the guns as well onto one more, and yeah, we lost on Warrior Falls. Have been absolute demons in the Dark Child of the map. Warriors they are today, shutting down Lyric, and potentially in overtime. Yeah, we lost win.
I'm rubbing my eyes right now. Am I seeing Magic and Hulk on my screen? And they take it in a clean 100% takeover for round number 3. Yeah, we lost, showcasing why they were the ones waiting in the grand finals.
Oh, you were watching the game yesterday. I know you were watching it back. You were like messaging me, and I was like, and you were like, "What the hell? What are we seeing?" Like Mr. Reed Richards, we saw Spider-Man. You're seeing Magic. What was your thoughts when you saw that for the first time, Vicky? Because I do want to get the audience's take, or listen in on that.
I mean, we don't see it work for a reason. It's a lot of good counterplay to deal with this usually, and you've seen it within the MRI why sometimes like certain teams also don't even have to worry about running out on the Namor and Hela, because the strategists have been really strong. We've already noted that within Marvel Rivals, but then you have to consider how your composition, even on the Vanguard and in Duelist side, works into the strategies. You could try to survive for as long as possible, but what happens to an Invisible Woman who already uses her double jump and she gets out of invisibility? What happens when your entire team is fixated on diving them as a team, but then you have 3 other members focusing on your strategists? Now you have no sustainability. The health packs are already taken because the enemy team's also running dive, so you have to consider what the dive matchup is if you're looking at both these teams. So when I just saw the Magic, and we see it working here for Kendrick, literally 35-8, by the way, with 20 final hits, it's a lot to work with. Really Sticky making that swap back over to the Iron Fist to try to make magic happen, but there's only so much the Duelist could do here when they cannot stay alive, because your Ultron's getting bopped around by the Hulk that is flinging him inside of a cave.
Yeah, great points all around, Vicky. He's just been playing a great Hulk alongside Kendrick on Magic, and this is a fun team to watch. But Cafe Rose are also putting up fights and, are doing really interesting compositions to back it up, like you said, with Sticky going to the Iron Fist. So we'll see this team continue on moving forward. I knew Cart Lover was a really good player on like Emma Frost and stuff, but to see him shine on the Hulk is definitely a sight to behold. But he talked about earlier, this is the first of 4. There's a lot of maps to kind of come back on for Cafe Rose, and also you still got to close out if you're the side of yeah, we lost. However, before we see that number 2, we're going to go to a break, and we'll see you guys after this.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up the distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters your head, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up! Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up! Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back here to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name's Dogman, joined by Vicky. We are in game number 2. And Vicky, during the break, we had some time to think about the last map. And like you said, Ultron bonked his head, and they lost the map after that. I mean, what's your thoughts on Burning the T'Challa? We're heading to map number 2 between these two incredible teams.
He got a big old forehead, and it's not going to work out if you only run Ultron together with rockets. That's not enough sustain. And as we get started, I'm still laughing at what Dogman was talking about in our break, guys. I mean, this guy.
What are you talking about?
You're right. You know, American Man would be so proud. That's all I'm going to say. But as we get started with our pick and ban phase here, remember, it is universal bans within the MRC. I always have to remind the viewers at home, especially the viewers that were able to tune into the action for MRI, because it makes things different. But I'm also always expecting, we lost, to protect the Hulk. Because why wouldn't they, right, Dogman? Like, he is so crazy, Cart specifically, when it comes to this character. But it is going back over here to Krakoa.
Yeah, the thing they can deal with it, I mean, going over to Krakoa on domination, so it's going to just pure randomness, right? So we get to see, you know, what happens next. For Emma Frost, is they're going to need the next ban, and the Psylocke ban, Protect rather, coming out first to keep that for Tree. However, you know, I think alongside Cafe Rose, I don't know if there's been like a Psylocke matchup that has really favored them. And it's not even like that Psylocke players are bad. It's just more so the playstyle of Psylocke is just kind of really hard because the character you could say is easy with the ult and stuff, but the amount of decision making you have to do, the amount of cooldown management, the amount of, you know, kind of not inting it, because you could do so much, but also you could waste cooldowns if you're not aware of what's going to happen on the opposite side. And, you know, Cafe Rose have a really good Psylocke in Dynasty, and, you know, not Cafe Rose, we lost do, so they can take that matchup. They're fine with it.
Yeah, Kendrick specifically, too, is just really good at following up together as well as Dynasty. We also see them running very interesting, unorthodox comps with the Black Panther, the Magic, too. And, it didn't work the first round, but definitely worked out for them in the long run for that third round where it mattered for them. As we get to see the Hela Protect, too, because they're expecting to dive after they saw the Psylocke and the Iron Fist. So why not? Because that allows you to at least follow up together. But with the answer back from Cafe Rose to ban the Namor, it enables the dive composition just a bit more. But we lost already taking that first game in our best of 7, which means you got to get first to 4 here if we lost are looking to dominate over Cafe Rose.
We'll see if that sort of is the beginning of Cafe Rose on this map. We'll see if that first Daredevil ban instead of the Hulk ban for kind of bites them in the butt. But obviously, like you said, Vicky, I mean, nobody else is really playing Hulk right now. Like, it's just not a thing. I mean, you need to have a good Black Panther player, which not many teams have in the roster, but they do an MRC, right? That's why I think it's very important for teams to be looking at a MRC, looking at everywhere. It's like sure, it's a different level, but also you can kind of learn about certain unique compositions that can be good in certain formats, right? Like, it doesn't matter what level you are. We know that We Lost is an MRC contender, and they can play so many different funky things that other teams maybe are going to copy moving forward.
I definitely agree. I mean, that's what happens when you have experienced teammates out here. We've talked about Kendrick before, who was formerly on Shroud X, and now has been a sub on Odyssey between Zaytex and Self, as I have to just reiterate, because, that also comes in clutch when you roll out here and expecting something different within the MRC, especially with the pick and ban phase being different of that of the MRI, as Cart rolls back out with the Hulk. And remember when we talked about unorthodox compositions? That is Mr. Fantastic that we are currently seeing. And I just realized they didn't ban out the Jeff. And white armor is actually insane on the Jeff.
Absolutely. And this man, too, with that Jeff speed boost, goes in The water coming through to support the Captain America, who is on a really sticky. He was trying to heal up, and he goes down. And you trade it at least for Lyric, but does that team have... rather Sugu that went down. Yeah, we lost. So that's a big KO. Regardless, it's like you said, the Jeff making it through this time. Cafe Rose not banning it. Results in just that pressure coming in all of the time from White Armor. And like you said, like the back line of Yeah, we lost in both Sugu and White Armor. And really the whole tournament. Thrax, by the way, coming up again in the Lyric. I mean, Thrax has been such a consistent player as well, but I think these healers are and these strategist players are so good in the game right now in this MRC.
Yeah, good luck trying to catch them, right? Literally, the animal backline just is so good at getting away from pressure. Meanwhile, you have Thrax not only harassing and beating the Captain America in the 1v1, you have the Black Panther rolling out and isolating Tree.
Yep, Dynasty incredibly good at this hero, and you know, playing a bunch of flexible heroes over to Spider-Man. Sometimes Card also coming onto that Ultron, getting rid of him, and you know, at the moment, this has felt really bad for Cafe Rose. I mean, they're on this odd composition with Ultron, like you said, in the 2-2-2 style, and things aren't really panning out at the moment against Yeah, we lost.
Why you're saying the triple duelist, as you also noted within our last series here too, and I'm wondering if this is going to allow them to come out on top, because then you still have Cart and Thrax, the Vanguard lineup, the survivability, while everybody's getting harassed. Your duelists are out of this fight, at least 2 of them for now, while the Ultron, his forehead may not be touching the ceiling this time around, but he is trying to fly for his life.
Yeah, I'm not really liking the triple duelist right now, I'll be honest. It just, you know, especially against Black Panther, it's like it's supposed to be the counter with the mobility, but the problem is that like Dynasty's not a bad Black Panther player, as you can see. Now they want to go in aggressively with the Freedom Charge. Like, you don't have enough sustain. You know, the triple strategist comps that we used to run, I think could be maybe a little bit better, but Yeah, we lost dives have just been so consistent at sending Cafe Rose back. It feels like they have a solution for maybe like a triple-triple sort of style, not like a triple duelist sort, or rather traditional 2-2-2 style like this.
Where do you even go? Like, no Vines can't even get out of the spawn room gates. They're just holding them back at the spawn room gates. And yeah, we lost already nearing 90%. And even with Cafe Rose having all these ultimates, I mean, at this point, you just hold on to them for the next round.
Yeah, this is brutal. Kendrick back with the BRB2. You do have touching from the Venom and Stasis, though, from the Hulk. Eventually, Tree does get Kendrick. Not having the cooldown after being brought back. Here comes the Jeff ultimate somewhere, somehow. But in the sky, Tree! Nice shots. Didn't miss a single one there. Excellent play from him, and Lyric brings it back. So, you know, despite what we were saying here, I guess, Cafe Rose brought it back.
They did for now, right now, but having to utilize these two ultimates, and you look on the other side of, yeah, we lost. Dynasty has made the swap over to the Spider-Man, but Tree, for the MVP plays, has come in clutch, because even with the Dance of Butterflies, that also allowed Lyric to move up and utilize that Galactic Legend to force back the rest of, yeah, we lost.
Is Bro really going to stick on Spider-Man 2? Like, that's going to be interesting if he does, and I don't know, like I said, I feel like these sort of triple duelist compositions really work well against these, like, sort of high sustain, high Vanguard compositions, or a lot of Vanguard comps. Pixel, by the way. Hiding in a pixel spot in the bush in the sky. You see a lot of really good Rocket players do that. Camping out, hiding. Meanwhile, here comes that dive on Asugu. Dashes in. One dash utilized. How about the second one? It's not there. Tree finds the elimination. Hey, Cassilators both out there, stacked on one another. Portal away into the health pack. Can't get there. Displaced by Dynasty. Really sticky. Getting a taste of his own medicine, as he formerly is a Spider-Man pretty much one-trick. Tree trades back Dynasty, though, removing the other Spider-Man on the opposite angle, as Tree, like you said, has been the hero of Cafe Rose. Can he do it again? Hulk going into his Monster Hulk form, tossing back into that Ultron in the sky, and removes Lyric, in fact. Can he get the rest of the backline? Does stun out! Oh my god, 2025! Oh, Card! That's some of the best love plays we've seen in the year of 2025. Shuts down everybody by himself.
Stop! They have a family to go home to! Are you kidding me? Cart isn't... The fact that he was alive for that long, by the way, is also insane. Between the resets, the stuns, but Tree comes back around, and with the number advantage being in Cafe Rose's favor, they boost their point from 0% already past 80.
I was saying, low-key, Hulk is OP, man. Like, when you see plays like that, it just takes so much skill to set up. And speaking of skill, Dynasty comes in, hits those shots, connects. Here's the Ultron's Rage, though. No follow-up on him in the sky, because Ultron should be a little bit free until that Spider-Man gets the cooldown back up. Does look for that Jeff, but the Freedom Charge is back on the point to give some sustain. Meanwhile, Ultron in the sky, dealing with a counterplay from Cart, who came back under Doctor Strange with that portal. You also have Kendrick coming up with his ultimate in just a second. Could go bounce mode in the moment, just looking for everybody else here, helping sustain for his team, and really allowing Thrax to just pummel into no binds. Legendary comes out in the sky, Galactic Legend. from Lyric, but is there enough sustain to outlive it? Sugu does go down, but again, in the sky, Cart is there to match him. Dynasty ducking back away, looking for the Jeff, pulls him out of the Jeff. Wait, but it doesn't matter. He almost screwed over his own Jeff player, but it didn't end up like mattering in the long term. Kendrick finds Lyric too. Realistic he as well falls, and Cafe Rose are dwindled down to nothing as we lost. Win round number 1 on Cradle.
It may have not helped out within his own teammate, but at least he put another KO on the board for his own score. Sometimes you gotta be a little selfish. With Yowie lost turning things around that quickly, though. But I can't believe I'm seeing Spider-Man play on Spider-Man play. We rolled out on Black Panther, like, what is going on here? And it's crazy to also see like how Yowie Lost were also able to answer back, utilizing the Mr. Fantastic, by the way, to deal with Sticky and to then to push Lyric back. I want to see the perspective of 2025 Respect every time he was on that Ultron and he was getting juggled like he was in the circus by Cart being on this Hulk.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in the other series we were talking about good strategist play. Throughout the tournament MRC, but now, honestly, for Yowie Lost, we've just been so impressed by Thrax and Cart, like you said. So, this team is well-rounded, but for sure have really strong Vanguard play. That really isn't seen too much in these specific roles, like the Captain America 2 for Thrax to play that into Doctor Strange alongside Cart. I mean, it's awesome to see if you're a fan of these heroes. And Cafe Rose now started out with Spider-Man in that triple duelist comp once more, Vicky. We're getting off the rip with a very unique style once more.
Together with that, you see Tree, though, who's been popping off, but guess what? Trying to isolate the Jeffy as Tristan can't get away! He got focused down. These Spider-Mans, this Hulk, they're a whole problem. As you see White Armor looking right behind him, floating around here in the water as Tree gets his next victim, this time onto Kendrick. The Sia was used up from Pixel, and this could enable Cafe Rose, as now it's tied here with the amount of numbers that Cafe Rose have the advantage here on the point, but they don't allow the flip to happen just yet. The recontest from Cart, anything to stall for as long as possible as he goes into the Bruce Banner form.
And Bruce Banner form. Does the BRB bring him back? So Dynasty trades back his counterpart, who's on Spider-Man now. And now, Dance of the Butterflies gets everybody low back here in the modern day. Would you ever see Mr. Fantastic, Spider-Man, and a Hulk in the same lobby? That's not a bronze one, right? This is insane that at this pro level, at this tier, we're seeing a very unique style compared between both squads. And now Cart trying to go aggressive, look for his combinations. Not able to hit it this time, but does set up Dynasty on the back line. Here comes that Jeff diving away, but cannot escape the power of Cart. And the rest of that form removes Tree in the stun, sends him back again. So once this fight is over, Yowie Lost look to flip the point.
I don't know if his name is a nickname for Cartier because he is just farming aura on this Hulk, man. Like, this is actually insane play with rare Hulk play. But not only that, it's just the fact that we're seeing the Spider-Man 1v1 play, which we barely ever get to see in high-level Marvel Rivals play.
Yeah, I know the Human Candle over in EMEA is jealous of this one. Now, Lyric in the Sky does take down Dynasty, though. Main able to live. In the meantime, I don't think he's going to be brought by BRB. No Binds does take down Sugu, too. So, really good collapse on him, or rather no BRB because Sugu's on that Luna Snow, and everybody sort of dodging around, rather, for Cafe Rose around this point after those 2 picks and 2 eliminations. Yeah, we lost trying to trade it back.
You see the sustainability really helping out Cafe Rose and keeping themselves up in this fight after they made that swap off from Ultron when it comes to that double support. But with the Itch Jeff now, look at Dynasty. He finds a Spider-Man. Get off my Jeff as Dynasty slides in to get that pick off here. Cart is falling incredibly low as he tries to back away in time. But with another pick off, Dynasty, he is claiming victims as Kendrick comes up to clean up on aisle 3 on the Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, Kendrick is just so good at these melee heroes. Lyric does trade back Dynasty at the very least, and can they find any more, however, because it's been scrappy and Yowie Lost have been fighting out, haven't given up that point just yet either, and it's because of Kendrick and Thrax on this point. Kendrick kind of rotating back and forth, acting like an Emma Frost almost, but a little bit more proactive in terms of the heal or the overhealth provided for the team, and also able to just kind of jump back to help those strategists getting dove, and takes down really Sticky again, forcing out that BRB from Cafe Rose.
Utilizing it here already means that they won't have it going into this next fight. This will be on cooldown for now. 83% now as Tree's trying to fly in together. Being on that sidelock, Dance of the Butterflies. It is Lyric that slides in to find Kendrick first, right out of position by that tree trunk. But right now, Yowie Lost. They're nearing 99%, and they're going to keep the stall going now with the Fate of Both Worlds.
They have the Spider-Man available. Let's see where he wants to go. The Jeff runs away. They maybe could have that damage boost at the very end. Hulk committed yet again. Cart pushes him off. shut down Lyric. Also, Dynasty in the backline, able to get one with the ultimate. Also looking for that Rocket Raccoon. The Jeff also pressuring the Rocket, but he's able to dodge back around this backside angle under the waterfalls. Meanwhile, Tree into that Captain America Freedom Charge, not able to get a single elimination with the Dance of Butterflies. It's Cart, just the only one to find elimination on the no binds. Also stunning the, oh, Spider-Man's overtime! It doesn't even tick, and Krakoa is done. Yeah, we lost, win another map.
Dude, the huge stall from Cart. Are you kidding me, man? Like, Cart play? I want to eat whatever he ate for breakfast. I mean, I guess in this time, dinner at this point. But that Hulk, he must be listening to the most insane music or something, because he is logged in right now. Thrax, he's your MVP, but you have to consider the Vanguard lineup from Yeah, We Lost. They both are performing their roles so well. Thrax, too, usually getting the opening picks for a lot of these fights.
Yeah, we were talking about how in North America, I feel like we didn't have too many Captain America players, at least at the Ignite stage, like the ones that made it. There's some solid ones for sure, and, you know, people are getting better at it, but definitely Thrax is making a name for himself on Captain America. It needs to be looked at by orgs as well for Yeah, We Lost, considering, you know, their Ignite caliber. This is a good roster. You know, the next tournament's coming up soon. I'm sure that he's going to be a sought-after commodity. And, you know, this Yeah, We Lost team in general just really doesn't have any weaknesses currently. And I feel like for Cafe Rose, the solution is not this. I don't know, Vicky. Like, it just feels like this triple duelist comp is not the best. I don't know. It's just not panning out. It's because, like, there's a few different things. Like, there's way more damage and objective play available to Yeah, We Lost. I mean, they have Mr. Fantastic, Hulk, and Captain America, all like tanky characters that can sort of play around the point and control it. And for Cafe Rose, it's just the Venom. And then also for Venom, unfortunately, outside of when he has his ultimate, you know, once those cooldowns are popped, it's hard to actually sustain and be an anchor on the point. So Yeah, We Lost are just lacking that main anchor on it. Or sorry, Cafe Rose is lacking that main anchor, honestly. And I think they have to change away from this triple comp. It's just not that good.
Yeah, right. And then the strategist changed maybe a little too late, right? They definitely were able to sustain a lot longer, allowing the duelists to get the job done. But it took them to roll out with Ultron originally, which wasted some time for them as well. So I feel like just in total, looking at the way that strategists have also been surviving can make a really big difference, because even with these unorthodox comps, the fact that you're still able to get that impact that we saw originally with what? It was the Magic, Mr. Fantastic, the Black Panther, the Spider-Man 1v1 duel. It's hard to try to get away, especially when maybe you don't have as much experience. Let's say if you are 25 respect on the Jeff versus like your comfortability on the Ultron, if that happens to be the case. So together with that, I don't feel like the duelists are from Cafe Rose getting enabled the way that we saw them get enabled in the previous series, but it's really hard too, right? When you are having to deal with this dive comp from these Vanguards that now, if anything, Cafe Rose needs to start focusing. Maybe we should start banning out the Hulk first thing first and use that up here. We're going to have to find out as we go on to our game number 3 in our best of 7 right after this break.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, moving your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There's no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 4. My name's Dogman. We're joined by Vicky. We're in the finals between Cafe Rose and Yeah, We Lost. And Yeah, We Lost is not losing at all right now, Vicky. They're up 2 in the series.
Yeah, maybe that's why their name is just to get the metagame ready before you even get started in the match. Because right now, in a best of 7, they need to win 2 more to get a clean sweep over Cafe Rose, who's looking to get the run back against Yeah, We Lost. And at the moment, I also feel like the different heroes that we've been seeing roll out for both these teams have been quite interesting, but very entertaining, which is a highlight to the MRC for anybody watching at home that wants to try their hand at making it pro. If you guys feel like you could be some of the best players in the world for Marvel Rivals, this is your opportunity right now, right? You're looking at these crazy players manage their run through the MRC, and this is where they're at right now in the grand finals, vying for their chance to get $6,000 USD.
Yeah, it's a big deal. And, you know, that they also get the in-game portrait, too. I mean, you show up with that MRC champion, Season 1 champion, Season 2 champion, whatever. Now, in this case, Season 4 champion. You can be alongside legendary names like Amazing, Super Gomez, you know, some of those dudes that have been around for a long time, since Season 0 even. So it's going to be fun. We're also coming up with our anniversary soon for Marvel Rivals, too, Vicky. I mean, the game's been around in beta for a while, but obviously it released in, you know, the winter. So it's going to be awesome to finally see what we have in store in that anniversary. We'll have to wait for an announcement. That's not my job. I'm sorry for baiting us a little bit with that. But regardless, you know, you can sign up for the next season when that new season comes out of Marvel Rivals Championship. We head in now to map number 3, Vicky. You talked about it earlier. It is a 1st to 4. What's up?
I'm laughing because it's frame 1. They wasted no time, dude. They banned out the Hulk. And I was going to say, Doug, man, don't joke around. Drop the Season 5 trailer. We know you have it in your backyard, man.
Oh, God.
We know you got it.
Jesus.
Nah, man, I can't. Oh, the Protect over onto the Daredevil, though. Which is interesting, too, because Cafe Rose, that was something else that was noted, where we know that Really Sticky has a pretty nasty Daredevil, so that could also benefit them. But yeah, we lost. That's not where Dynasty ends, right? We saw him rolling out on the Black Panther and Spider-Man, but guess who else he played yesterday when you and Shib were casting this team, Dog Man? It was the Daredevil.
Yeah, that was very, very big plays from him. And then also, like you said, on Dynasty, he's been so good. Now, I wonder if Cafe Rose is going to change to a Vanguard ban up now. They ban out the Hulk. Maybe they focus on Cart Lover's Hero Pool. Maybe they ban out, well, I guess they don't want to ban out the M. I think last time, yeah, we lost to the Emma ban. So there's a lot of thoughts going into this right now because they ban out the Angela on the opposite side. They want to try to, like, focus on these sort of outskirt, like, Vanguards a little bit as well as ones that they, you know, maybe don't need in their lineup. And that makes a little bit of sense considering how much job done was committed by Cart in the last game. And, you know, the Daredevil Protect comes through just because of the fact they first banned Daredevil. Now the Emma ban comes out for Yeah, we lost. They don't want to play against it. Don't want to have to deal with the peel. And we'll see if it's worth it. We go to another domination. This is our third domination in a row, by the way, Vicky. So we have to play fast, have to play that sort of agile comp. And Cafe Rose, you know, maybe they're hoping that they can get to a convoy convergence and just hopefully move on from domination.
Yeah, I actually was just noticing that too. Not only are we in Celestial Husk, that makes a lot more sense here with the Angela ban too, because you get a lot more of that disruption in this verticality that this map provides. That low to high ground positioning that you could be holding as the Hella Protect comes out. That may force out a Namor ban on Cafe Rose's side at the very end. But is that a problem that they want to focus on, considering the other issues that they were dealing with when it came to Yeah, we lost as they protect the Psylocke?
Psylocke Protect keeps Tree on that hero, and he's been really good on it so far. So more than likely, we'll see that Psylocke matchup alongside the Daredevil. And we'll see if Yeah, we lost even want to bother playing that, or if they want to still play like something like the Star-Lord or the Magic and stuff alongside, or even the Black Panther. But no, with no Hulk now, maybe you don't want to play it. It's going to be the Magic, it looks like, this time around. Jeff also made its way through. Mantis Man comes through. The Namor ban to counter, like you said earlier. But that could have been easily a bait against Yeah, we lost. And honestly, I would be okay with like cat bans because of what we saw Thrax do.
Yeah.
He's also been like a big part of why Cart's been able to pop off. Just both of the Vanguards have been so good.
100%. I was thinking the same exact thing. That's why, you know, we usually see a lot of these teams bait and punish here in the pick and ban phase alone. And these are universal bans, which is the one difference maker between MRC and MRI. So that means neither of these teams could utilize that Mantis, but both of them can utilize these Daredevils. So that's another difference maker as we roll out on Celestial Husk. And we get to see the extra armor coming out with the Penny and Rocket for now.
Yeah, extra armor, also kidnap plays with those mines, go for a one-shot after the portal. And, you know, Yeah, we lost do this every time, too. So I wonder if maybe in the future teams will start to just ban Doctor Strange versus them, too. You know, just make sure that their game is not as far away from their practice as possible. I think that's like a solid strategy that teams sort of employ, or not enough teams employ, I guess, rather into this one, because we already know Yeah, we lost love to start out doing these domination plays with the Penny Barker mines and the Doctor Strange portal, and especially on Celestial Husk. This is the last place we saw them do it, where they got like a one-shot.
You can see the cheeky plays are going to try to open up with it. They're going to do it. The portal plays. Can they find it? As that's going to be the start up here for Yeah, we lost.
Oh,
They get the double. They get the Psylocke right before she could dash. No way. Oh, man. I mean, that's what we were expecting, right, Dogman? I mean, that's what comes together with the number advantage off the rip, too, as Tree also couldn't even get back with a BRB because guess what? It wasn't even set up in place in time.
Well, it might have been set up, but it also was. The thing is she dashed through the portal, so she's in the spawn. So it's like, it's just tough. It's just so awkward in general. Like, you got to be aware of these like really gimmicky plays, and unfortunately, you know, they're not afforded the opportunity of being aware because they're down in the series 2-0. But they do trade back on the opposite side, and like you said, what a phenomenal start for Yeah, we lost. Almost getting turned against them, regardless. White armor on that Jeff. You talked about him earlier, able to do so much on that hero, and they also clean up pretty in a pretty good fashion, like janitors on the point against Cafe Rose.
Taking them to Splash Mountain here, too, because you're also letting the Jeff get by. And again, with this Daredevil plays, Dynasty now catches Pixel, and that's a pretty big stagger when Yeah, we lost still have advantage over this point.
Yeah, big advantage indeed. And, you know, you don't want to get staggered on domination considering how the last few maps have gone. They're still also trying to play this triple comp, and, you know, we see Kendrick against it. We'll see how he wants to do. Honestly, like I said, I still feel like it favors their comp against this sort of triple style. Maybe with the BRB, they want to get advantage. Like, Lyric keeps getting crapped on. Like, honestly, this dude just needs to swap off this hero. I hate to just, like, call people. I don't know. It's like, it's these are the pro players, right? They're having an incredibly intense match ahead of them, and I'm sure they practiced it. It's just tough. It's really tough against this comp from Yeah, we lost. They're just playing right into their hands, though, at the current moment.
I mean, because we were seeing Lyric pop off originally. I believe we saw him our last series roll out with the Captain, the Emma, the Mag here too.
Yes,
but at
Mag,
the moment, it's just there you go. We see him swap over to the Captain America. I like this. It's just you have to imagine with Tree, you got to enable him. You got to help out your duelists who are at least finding these picks, but he's gonna get punished by Kendrick, who has a Dark Child ready.
I don't know how many Magic players will punish in a situation like that, and he just keeps coming back every time consistently into the Jeff on the opposite side. Does get out of there for now. At least he's removing the Magic out of the fight. Who has Dark Child, but regardless, point stone control. Yeah, we lost. You do have help from Cart. Jumping back down into his Jeff's healing, and does eventually get eaten as well. Just kind of kept alive in that backside. You also have that Dance of Butterflies from Tree committed. Really sticky following through on a Sugu, who does not have that See You Later. Nice See You Later on the opposite angle, but Thrax revived. Kendrick finds one. No BRB as well to bring Tree back. So right now, Kendrick is really putting the team on his back. Are you kidding me, Kendrick? As they bought back that fight with a BRB and a few nice shots from Kendrick.
I'm crying in Jeff because the Itch Jeff didn't cancel or delay the Dark Child. It essentially allowed the Dark Child to be used up for the time that he gets out of the Itch Jeff, preventing Cafe Rose from even recontesting. Even if they had the number advantage in that moment, the Dark Child was activated right after they were able to get away from the Jeff.
I mean, there's so many bans you have to do against Yeah We Lost. I wouldn't be surprised in the future if we see the Magic ban. If we're already going to target ban, the Hulk, maybe that comes out in the future. But regardless, the Jeff also making its way through has been consistent. There's so many things. And the reason why, like, it's just triple duelist doesn't do well against, 2-2-2 style or even, what Yeah We Lost are doing. It's just because you don't have, like, anybody to anchor the point. You don't have anybody to play objective, really. And on top of that, you don't have the, like, health to live. I mean, you just don't. Like, you want to go in for that backline, especially a super mobile backline. You have to rely on those KOs, and we're not getting them in time. You're just going to eventually dwindle because they have more HP to work around, right? They literally have two Vanguards that have so much health with, the side of Yeah We Lost having Cart on Doctor Strange, having Thrax on to Captain America. I mean, two heroes that can last forever. And, for Cafe Rose, they just basically only have one. Everybody else is just relying on mobility to get away and lose eventually.
Uh-oh.
Or what are they doing?
This is insane. Okay. They're doing it again.
Oh, my God. Oh, but
they're doing it again. Who's going to be the next victim? No, the Doctor Strange kidnap. Add that one to the tally mark, by the way. Once again, they have the number advantage. You let the devil out. Is it worth it? As he does find white armor, though. That's going to be big. But I'm wondering with the BRB, as we get the trade-off now, I just can't believe the compositions that we're seeing rolled out from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, they, again, are just losing their lives. They portal back in, though, from No Binds. He went down early. Sugu in the sky trying to take out that Iron Man. It's pretty easy to track him down, potentially. Yep, eventually Sugu removes him. And I think they're looking for something, right? Because we already heard behind the scenes how good Yeah We Lost are. And Cafe Rose put up a fight on round number 1. But at the current moment, man, they're just getting decimated. Every single domination after map number 1 has just been in the favor of Yeah We Lost. And yet again, it starts in that fashion, too. He's going to Human Torch. Are they trolling?
I can't believe this, actually. I mean, together that with the double strategist backline that they've been rocking that has not worked the single
time. Full
time.
fly.
Now they're taken to the skies, and Tree is going to try to diff with the magic here.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that they just float above the point forever and, never go down. We'll see if it pans out. Actually, it is kind of unique. I will give them that. It's a very unique take, but Kendrick is anti-air. That's another important thing to note. This guy is playing magic, but it doesn't matter because he creates magic in the air and he just takes people out. Regardless, Free bought back by a BRB. It's even in the fight, so maybe with the cooldowns down, they're in a good spot. Also, Carr gonna have to deal with the air. He's looking up, right? Constantly for the Human Torch. Really sticky falls. And this is just brutal now. I mean, they're collapsing the seams. I like the idea, but the execution isn't there. And execution, indeed, is coming through from a Dynasty, just chasing through the treetops, this Rocket Raccoon, and everybody else on the side of Cafe Rose.
I mean, and White Armor took a trip to Amity Island with Really Sticky, who got caught in that It's Jeff, and now Dynasty. Between Tree, who is not allowing this magic to have any sort of output here, to now getting dipped from the other side. Yeah, we lost already nearing 70%. And Dynasty, I mean, you roll it with the Penny Parker unironically without a portal play off the beginning, and they are getting shoved into their spawn room gates.
Help. Lyric, they got out of spawn, guys. Big plays by him. My goodness. That could be the turnaround. I mean, who are we kidding? Ayawagamura comes in. Ultron gets stunned. One shot, not there. Now it's there. All right, goodbye 2025. Goodbye, Sticky. Goodbye to the hopes and dreams on this map because we're playing every hero at this point. Cafe Rose is playing Mystery Heroes, basically. Cafe Rose is onto the thing. They swapped to Penny Parker. They're just having a good time out here, you know? The best they can do because we heard, like we said, how good this other squad is. It's less about how bad Cafe Rose is playing and more so that, yeah, we lost. It's just a really good team, taking maps off of Ignite squads, taking, you know, entire series off of Ignite squads in practice. And you can see exactly why, yeah, we lost are going to be a top contender in the scene in the future, based on their performance in MRC, going up 3-0. Now they're on game point. Every domination has gone their way.
I think a big highlight, honestly, is talking about this is a good example of why flexibility is so important, because it also just looks like no binds is lost, right? Like you take out the thing, but you're still rocking the Ultron and Rocket backline instead of maybe trying to utilize an Invisiwoman in this equation. But then also you can't even target the backliners of, yeah, we lost. Dynasty, I mean, Cart went down 0 times. Like, let's also talk about the fact that they frame one banned Hulk if you are looking at Cafe Rose, because it's not like they have a Hulk they can utilize. So even with the double ban system working for both these teams, Cart says it's not a problem. And then he freely gets the Penny Parker portal play open up with the Doctor Strange portal onto Cafe Rose every single time in the beginning. I mean, Pixel went down 4 times. Yes, he's on the Rocket, but you can't even get away when Kendrick, being on the Magic, gets away with going 18-2.
Yeah, there's so many things done by Yeah We Lost that just benefits them. And, you know, that maybe goes to show that, like, we saw Cafe Rose try to adapt and, like you said, try to play, like, a similar sort of style. But the difficulty is that, you know, it's really hard to get good at these dive comps. It's really hard to get good at these sort of deathmatch comps where you're surrounding, you're not going down, and you're just setting up one-shot plays with your team. It requires so much coordination that, like, teams like Cafe Rose just don't have right now, Vicky. Like, there's only a few teams in the entire world that have that sort of style, and that's what sets Yeah We Lost apart, because they're obviously well-practiced. They're obviously really good at this composition, and you can't play it against them because they're just going to play it better than you. So, you know, there's not many teams that can beat down Yeah We Lost. Maybe you can go in the ban phase, ban out the Magic and stuff, but regardless, like you said, that opens up the really strong heroes like the Daredevil. You called that out early in the ban phase. Yeah,
the Daredevil, and it's a double-edged sword, right? Because then you won't be able to play Daredevil. I mean, I feel like in this case, you should try focusing on if your strengths are dive, but theirs is just better. Having the Hela and Namor in the long run, if you could at least find the Protect and having to use that up, yes, you're wasting a Protect, but it could be the answer that you need to rely on with the problems that we're currently seeing, because obviously, Yeah We Lost, they're just way better when it comes to them rolling out with the Magic and getting away with the Dogman. We're gonna have to see, because now Yeah We Lost are currently at match point in our best of 7. They need to win one more Dogman here to take it to 4-0 if they want to be your MRC winners within this season. We're gonna find out on the other side of this break exactly where we'll be going into the next map.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There's no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There's no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we lost is now 3-0 in this series between them and Cafe Rose. Vicky, good to be here with you. And it doesn't look like it's going to be Cafe Rose because they're down 3-0, and it was in pretty dominant fashion on the last map.
Yeah, and it definitely looked like they were lost, right? We were seeing them roll out with a bunch of these different compositions, trying to match that in the Ditto versus Yeah, we lost. And I'm thinking how this pick and ban phase is going to look like, Dogman, because yes, they focused on what the problem was from Cart, who was going insane on that Hulk, but also he literally did not get KO'd once in that last map with Doctor Strange. So we see the other side, yeah, we lost. They take out the Bucky, it's fine. They protected Daredevil, which has allowed them to really pop off too, with really Sticky showcasing not only his flexibility if it's not the Spider-Man, it's the Daredevil on top of it all too.
Yeah, he can play that. And same thing with Dynasty. Right now,
Yeah.
go for the Adam Warlock protect. This is the play. I think this is what they should have done on the previous maps. Player on Adam Warlock, but the problem is that really Sticky on the Adam Warlock with Cafe Rose has been kind of a little shaky. Like, they're not one of the better 3-3 kind of teams or triple Stratus kind of teams. The Jeff ban they get through, I like that too. It makes a little bit of sense. I think this band's looking a little bit better. I mean, the problem is that you have to use the ban on Hulk. Like, that's definitely a problem because, like you said, no other team, you know, you have to ban Hulk against right now.
It's been a huge issue for them to work with, but then also you're looking at the magic as well. So sure, you get to protect the Hela, and this could also be game-changing, because if you want to ban out the Namor, guess what? If you're Cafe Rose, it also takes away your opportunity to deal with these diving duelists that Yaoi Lost have been harassing the backline of Cafe Rose, preventing the strategist from even getting set up as they protect the Mantis. So that could force out a Loki ban from Yaoi Lost as they try to ponder, do they want to ban the Namor or Rocket themselves? I wouldn't personally. I would save it here and just end up utilizing it for their own advantage.
Yeah, you're right. I would like to see him play it, but we'll see. They ban out the magic. What does Yaoi Lost want to do? There we go. That makes sense. That's probably, honestly, a decent ban phase. The biggest thing is the protect. The Loki ban comes out, like you mentioned, but they still got to play the Adam Warlock comp if they want to. And, I like that a little bit. I mean, you could play the Namor, you could play the Hela if you would like. I know that Cafe Rose would rather play the Psylocke stuff, and it's interesting that Yaoi Lost don't even worry about it. They're fine with the Psylocke matchup, too. It makes sense that protect not really used because Yaoi Lost are totally fine playing that matchup if necessary.
This is going to be interesting. Let's see if Cafe Rose can do the turnaround of a century in our best of 7 grand finals within the MRC Season 4. Again, I cannot believe how time literally flies by. You're just talking about the anniversary from our rivals, and they're doing it. They're rolling out, but it's going to be a Yaoi Lost that are allowed to utilize this Namor and Hela comp themselves if they do decide it. As Dynasty, they see that they banned out the magic, but Dynasty's just going to roll out with that Spider-Man, and you could already see some adjustments based off of this 2 alone, where now Suguru is going to try to flex over to the Phoenix.
Wait. Yeah, are they going to off-roll? They're off-rolling. That's crazy confidence. Holy crap, that's insane. Oh my God, Cafe Rose, you gotta win in the off roll. Come on, you got Sugu, the traditional Rocket player, playing the Phoenix. You got Kart, traditionally the Hulk player, and also Vanguard onto the Mantis, and then you have Dynasty back on his main, back on Spider-Man. You got Kendrick, who is a really good Hela player too. You saw the Lord Hela, and then White Armor back onto the natural Luna Snow, and then Thrax playing the solo Vanguard Angela versus Cafe Rose onto that 3 strategist composition with a Groot and the Mantis and the Adam Warlock.
They're trying to find him. He marked him once. At least the one big advantage in the pick and ban phase was also Cafe Rose knocked out the Jeff, which was a huge issue as White Armor was popping off originally. But there's somebody who's not like us right behind us, and together with Hela taking off Angle and the Spider-Man trying to harass them, see No Binds pushing up here on the Groot. Combine that together with the Mantis, you see Lyric following up, and this is what we like to see from Lyric too, because you were talking about, the Star-Lord is just not getting anything done. We're used to seeing him usually on that Vantage roll, whether it be the Captain America or the Mag.
Now on the high. I mean, Thrax able to get one, was also flying around before then in the 1v1. Does get taken down by Dynasty, who came back really sticking towards the point with the bubble. Looking for the one shot. Nice job by Sticky, getting that 2-piece. And maybe, hopefully for Cafe Rose's sake, this is their sort of comeback time. But however, the portal comes back through with a tick and a half given. So they're still here. They're still fighting it. In fact, it's Kendrick now back over to the Doctor Strange, needing some help from White Armor, who's close to that dance floor, has built it up. Sticky does take down Dynasty in the air yet again. Dance floor not utilized just yet. Here's that Eternal, or the Ensong Inferno gets removed in the sky on Sugu, though, and they're making it scrappy. But right now, Yaoi Lost is not finding eliminations. Cafe Rose are kind of winning.
Look at the difference right now with Cafe Rose rocking out with these 3 strategists and the Vanguards here as Dynasty calls up and gets revenge onto really Sticky. It does force out the Mantis ultimate, though, to at least group up together as the Born Again comes in. It is answered by an Eye of Agamotto.
A nice Eye of Agamotto. I mean, you do res the Mantis, but she goes low. Does get taken down. Tree onto 1 on the Dynasty. Finally for Cafe Rose, they're finding the eliminations. The portal not here anymore either, and there we go. We've staved off Yaoi Lost for now. Well, maybe. I mean, Thrax is still delaying. You have Luna Snow heals. The White Armor's heals are a lot. I mean, he's really one of the best strategist players in MRC. Eventually gets taken down by No Binds. Tree on the opposite angle, having to deal with Dynasty, who keeps running back on that Spider-Man. And this fight, it's still being stalled out. That's unbelievable how long Yaoi Lost is stalling on an off-roll sort of match.
Anything to dwindle away the time, right? I mean, they're still down 1 minute and 35, less than that, and counting. And even with them taking a lot of these fights and finding most of these picks, it's Yaoi Lost now that are have to back away because they've lost out on Sugu, and Cafe Rose are just trying to clear this point, but they have to look behind them because the Spider-Man is still dwindling about.
All right, finally, Cafe Rose cap. Okay, that took pretty much another minute based on when I said it last. And now the Staggers are there on the card as well. Yaoi Lost changing some things up. Sugu going over the Namor. It looks like they just want to off-roll throughout this whole map. I mean, he wants to play the Hela. They're going to just keep trying this sort of composition that Yaoi Lost is on. Meanwhile, for Cafe Rose, obviously still in it. They still want a chance to win MRC. But Yaoi Lost, I mean, they really are playing with their food right now on this map.
Makes you wonder, was it worth rolling out with those duelists here? Maybe not. Kendrick at least will come in with the Eye of Agamotto, and he got a huge impact off of that before when they were trying to harass the backline of Cafe Rose. Looking right behind him, though, real sticky. He's getting into a sticky situation. He gets healed back up to health together with Respect and Pixel landing the crucial shot to catch Drax.
Agamotto connects. The See You Later is here, but doesn't keep up really sticky regardless. Free in the sky, able to find two. Nice job with that damage boost. A little bit of extra firepower there. Counter See You Later comes out, taking out Lyric on top of it. So Kendrick bringing his team back into it. Goddess of Death in the Sky is activated. Sticky goes aggressive towards Kendrick. You do have some help on the low ground with that healing from the Soul Resurgence from Cafe Rose. And with the damage potential of Thrax, though, they still eliminate through it. Everybody falls. Rez needs to come out from really sticky in the cocoon. They have ultimates to follow up after this. There's nothing on Yaoi Lost side except the Spider-Man soon.
It's huge here, having that BRB right there. As he tries to get away, he survives. He gets healed up as No Binds comes right back around thanks to the Born again. The Karmic Revival coming in from the Adam Warlock, but you can't survive and revive off of that because remember we're talking about the Hela and Namor. Sure, you can protect the Hela from Yaoi Lost, and if you try to rock that against Yaoi Lost, they'll be able to utilize that themselves.
And Thrax just again on that front line. You saw Kendrick as well at the very beginning. He hits a nice shot to Namor. Nice sleep, by the way, to stop No Binds yet again. Dynasty now diving onto 2025 respects, removing him. They hold him to the card again. We talked about Kendrick was an X substitute for Shroud X. I mean, he's definitely a top-tier player, and you can see exactly why. Pull off the map? Just hit that casually? Are you kidding me? Just in the neutral removes Pixel. That's a one fight there.
Ayúdame! I'm in danger! I need help! And then they follow up together. D'Angela tries to get away. It was No Binds that managed to get away, but together with Thrax and Dynasty, this has just been crazy. He calls out No Binds, by the way, who's trying to wrap behind Yaoi Lost, and they have 3 ultimates to deal with this. Make it 4 with Sia right around the corner.
This is a fun team, man. I want to see how these guys do moving forward into the new meta. Gonna keep up with them. Now Thrax finds 2. Onto the Angela and Kendrick, too, on top of it. Just has that angle to work with. Removes Lyric, gets him low at the very least. And this has been brutal right now in Cafe Rose. Right now, they're able to find one, luckily, on the Dynasty. But guess what? It's on a Spider-Man who can come back quickly into this next fight and do more Spider-Man BS.
Moving up now. Pixel needs to stay alive, but waiting about Dynasty, who's been a huge problem onto this back line. It forces everybody to shift their attention before they get held out in this next upcoming choke. And yeah, we lost. Suku, oh no, not the angle, man. He uses up the BRB, which is going to be big as the Galactic Legend comes in from tree.
And nice job on the Sky, though. Kendrick with those PvE squids of the undead taking down Pixel. So it is traded 1 for 1, or 2 for 2, rather. That's the 4v4 right now. Soul Resurgence to stall on the cart. Allows Kendrick on the high ground to do whatever he wants. And you can tell at this point, Cafe Rose's momentum is no longer existent. We have really sticky now on Spider-Man to help stall. Maybe with the portal they can come through. They also have Freedom Charge, but everybody's kind of just sort of phoning it in at this point. Maybe if you're Cafe Rose towards the very end, simply due to the fact that, yeah, we lost. They're looking so good. No portal in sight. Job done. Street space held.
Off the Angela to the ult to pull him back, prevent any overtime from taking away to stall anything. But no matter what, they were going to get held by that choke closer to that statue. But the plus side is here, Dogman. They at least got that cart moving. They got that point to start the payload moving forward. So now, looking on the other side, let's see what Cafe Rose could roll out with.
You gotta be so. I'm losing hope. I'm a Cafe Rose fan. You know, I probably lost hope since map number 2, though. You know, after Cart did all this stuff on Hulk. I mean, honestly, like, I just feel like mentally defeated at this point. We'll see, though, if they're not, right? Like, they have to do something. They do get to play Namor Hela. Don't know if it's, like, one of their strengths, but yeah, we lost is messing with you guys. I mean, they have Sugu off-rolling. That's how you know this team is good, though, right? That's how you know we lost as an incredibly talented team. If they're just having fun with it, right? They literally have Sugu off-rolling onto a duelist. You know, they have a player going over to Strategist and Carr off of Vanguard. You could tell a team is really confident, absurdly talented when they could do that whenever they want in MRC in the grand finals. I mean, like we said, this is going to be a fun team to watch moving forward. For Cafe Rose, same thing. Their story is only just beginning. But for Yeah We Lost, they might be able to take the next step if they can close out in 4-0 fashion versus Cafe Rose in MRC.
This is the moment for them to do it here. Yeah, we lost now, rolling out, and it's their turn on the Ultron. No Solak for them to worry about, right? So now Ultron going to be able to take to the skies, and of course the ceiling here too, unless we get a little swap up, it looks like, and that's what it's going to be because we also actually see the Doctor Strange portal plays coming out from Thrax.
Where's that at? On the height, they're Penny Parkering. They are really defending on the inside, defending. Yeah, they really don't want to leave here, right? They make sure that the Spider-Man comes in, gets stunned up, deleted by Tree. Nice job with Tree again. Star player for this roster. We've talked about him so many times for a good reason. It's him and Lyric, and then maybe even Pixel, who are some of the best players on this roster. They're still spamming him out. We lost on the point, by the way, already, and Sugu found one.
Really sticky, though. This is what I wanted to see originally, together with the Namor. Even though they attempted with the Penny Parker, Penny just forced to play in the back a little bit more than when it comes to the other Vanguards, but it's clobbering time as Cart, together with the Thing and Sugu being on the torch, they try to make the magic happen, but it gets answered by the invisible boundary from Respect.
Kendrick's ulting, I mean, using it, wasting it. Same thing with the last ult, and really sticky coming back through. Has Whale ready to go for this next fight, looking around. But this is actually going to work in this Penny Parker strat on the inside angle, keep protecting the mines. Everybody trying to body block for it, too. They're also getting the armor packs from the Rocket team up. So, I mean, yeah, this is not bad against what We Lost are doing. They're actually mixing it up now. Kendrick back over to his main role. Same thing with Sugu. They're taking it serious now, Vicky, it looks like, as they lock in the OG roster for this next fight.
Crazy how they have to play this together, though. That also showcases the pressure that they're feeling from We Lost. As you take a look at where Thrax is going to be, he's got the Eye of Agamotto, crazy freeze, coming in together. As now, We Lost cycle around Sugu being on that Luna Snow, but they call out the Daredevil from Dynasty, who wanted to take a cheeky angle.
Ooh. All right, they're doing it. I mean, Whale comes in to slam dunk onto the See You Later that was already low. That's definitely an interesting play from Sticky. Regardless, diving into the backline from No Binds is the Penny Parker. Now Tree finds Kendrick. They're doing it, Vicky. They are working themselves back into the series.
Can't believe we're seeing Pet. We've seen like every hero that we never get to see as a nice punish onto White Armor, who cannot get away at the hands of Lyric. I'm just appalled the fact that the Penny is working, but look how close again they have to play here as she's setting up her mines.
Well, yeah, that's what we're talking about. I mean, you literally fight cheese with cheese in this game in Marvel Rivals. When you do, off-meta heroes, they can work. It depends on how you play it, if everybody knows how to play against it, right? And to play with the Penny Parker, it's straightforward. We want to play in this room. We don't want to let them in. Now, the worrisome fact is if they win this map, what would happen in the future? How do they play even if they lose this point? Because Penny Parker is a super, first point reliant hero. Once we're in that second phase, where do they put the mines? How are they going to set up on that cart when it's moving?
The fact that this is the grand finals of the MRC Season 4, I am nothing as the Magneto Meteor M hits them with the LeBron, keeping Cafe Rose on this defense.
But they're trolling. We Lost is confused. They're losing. They're like, Thrax is just going in, diving into all those Penny Parker mines. I mean, listen, that was a little nice, but also a little dumb by Thrax there. Like, what are we doing just walking into Penny Parker mines like that, bro? Like, Jesus. Now we get to see them. 40 seconds left to go. Change it up. They did it to the Goddess of Death. Also committed the Eye of Agamotto in a futile attempt, as we just saw to the Penny Parker. And no binds. May not need any binds with these Penny Parker mine setups. Kendrick now has to set up a flank maybe on that back line. And right now this hold's happening. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Together with the No More setup. Anti-Heal coming in from the Tidal Dirts together. Finding 3 with the BRB brings back Lyric, but you have to contest on the point because they're nearing getting that payload moving as Real Sticky finds Cart next.
And they take down the See It Later. Cart res bad that BRB. Tree, nice shots on the Sugu. Yet again, they off-rolling still, rather, I guess, from the previous fight. Let the double out happens, but they can't move too forward because of those mines on the inside angle. They connect onto one. The Penny Parker mines are here. Here comes the Whale! And it takes down Suspect, who had the invisible boundary. Binds able to find one on the Dynasty. No res to bring it back. Kendrick, though, with another. On the back angle. Does that Mantis live? It looks like the answer is yes for now. And Binds goes down to Sugu. So, even though Cafe Rose were so close to winning it, they're getting picked apart. Kendrick again on the flank. See You Later committed. Portal Place has to come out. Agamotto. Does it connect? It does onto one. The bubble onto Pixel keeps him alive, but Sugu eventually finds an elimination.
This forces out the portal recontest, though, as Sugu is getting away with murder. Finds another one. Can we see 4? As we see the follow-up together. Cafe Rose, they needed to hold this even longer. But Sugu, he's the MVP to clean up whatever is left of Cafe Rose on this Hela.
Now, this is the thing. Like, what does Cafe Rose do in the Streets phase? The Penny Parker was working so well And then eventually they just fell apart on the inside angle. Penny Parker, you would think, on the second phase of the game wouldn't do that much. They're going over to Mr. Fantastic now, on all things, on Cafe Rose's angle. We'll see if that pans out. Wonder how realistic he does on that hero. Yeah, there's the Penny Parker dead again.
Oh, no.
BRB, though.
We need to see the swap up, though. I mean, yeah, the BRB may have brought her back, but they're playing bunker with this Vanguard. Usually we get to see it, at least if you get to high-level Penny play, it's like if you even get there, she's usually taking that off angle as a Vanguard, but they're bunkering up together, and look at this. This allows Kendrick to follow up with the Moby Dick, the big whale coming slamming down. Can we see another big meteor? No! It gets blocked off by Kendrick and the Namor water ball, and together on the high ground, here comes Dynasty on this Psylocke as they harass the strategist.
Yep, right now they're picking them apart. I mean, one by one, Cafe Rose falls. Another shot there from Sugu, who's off rolling and looking quite good, at least aim-wise. You know, these pro players can all do so much on basically every single hero, not even the ones that they main. Free on the flank, trying to deal with the Psylocke, has to deal with Dynasty. Able to live for now, get to the health pack angle. Dynasty with the ult, wants to dash in with that Dirge. Able to get onto that Invisible Woman. That's one. That's two. Thrax with third. And maybe anybody else that touches is going to fall to the domain of Yeah, we lost. And what an MRC it was from them. They win it all 4-0.
Gotta change her name to Yeah, we won instead in a clean fashion here, dog man. MRC Season 4, if anything, showed us that there is different compositions that these teams can rock when it comes to the RPS, the rock, paper, scissors, within the pick and ban phase, no matter what, with their flexibility.
Ooh, I mean, and you're going to win your MVP as well. This entire team looks really good. I mean, honestly, if I was a org, I'd be looking at them. I'd be skeptical because they were like, you know, a bunch of odd stuff. It's kind of a similar situation to EU when we saw the origin of Berber Patapim. Like a ton of very flexible players, a ton of weird sort of compositions that are not typical or normal. But, you know, they obviously have that flexibility. They can play whatever they want as long as they know the sort of meta, especially in North America where there's not that many good, like super good surround, dive, deathmatchy teams. This is looking like one of the best out there. I mean, up there with, like, I think in North America we have Dark Zero, who's super good at that sort of style. But a ton of teams in North America are really good at these front-to-back comps that are sort of outdated. And same thing with triple strategist compositions. But Yeah, we lost. Definitely, like you mentioned, are now Yeah, we won, and they are your Season 4 champions.
It's great, too, to see how they were able to also take advantage of not only their flexibility, but like Kendrick getting into those off angles, making the swap over to the Namor. They were trying to have fun in the beginning, but they couldn't put everything out there, right? Like Cafe Rose, they were able to take advantage of that. And Yeah, we lost. They knew that they had to lock in. I do like also seeing the flexibility from the off rolls. Cart being on that Mantis originally there too, dealing a good amount of damage. It was like, what, 15.6k damage done for the Mantis alone. You're also damage boosting your Hela. You're damage boosting Kendrick, who went 32-9 with 17 final hits. I mean, how much space was he able to buy as well with that horn at the very end with his ult?
100%, you're right. And I think that, you know, huge shout out to Cafe Rose as a unit. I mean, obviously they got dominated by Yeah, we lost, but we can't really blame them for it. I think any team that was in MRC, even Ignite teams, would probably lose to this team. Like, they looked that good. And, you know, like, huge shout out to them for sure. Because also we have to bear in mind, I meant practice, too. Like, who knows how much Yeah, we lost have been practicing comparatively. You know, who knows, in MRC, a lot of these guys have jobs outside of the game. So maybe in school, you know, like you said, with Really Sticky being as young as he is. And you have to understand that scrims and practice matters. And you know that with all of the practice Yeah, we lost have done, they looked like it, right? They looked like a team that was well-practiced, a well-oiled machine, and they won 4-0 versus Cafe Rose. Really, no team was a formidable opponent versus them. They were that good.
Yeah, and I think Cafe Rose should be very proud of themselves. Like you mentioned, like just Really Sticky being as talented as he is, that's the next generation, right, of these top players making their way and showcasing their talent within the MRCs. They get second place and they walk away with $3,000 USD. While Yeah, we lost, they get to secure that $6,000 in their pocket, but it's also a beautiful opportunity to not only showcase the up-and-coming talent, but to perform for something that you want to work towards here within the MRC. For anybody watching at home who thinks that they could be the next MRC champions, look onto Yeah, we lost and study what they were able to do differently in these different games.
The only team, I mean, there was a few teams that took maps off of Yeah, we lost, but they were all out of the tournament after that, right? We saw, it looks like in the upper bracket quarters, we had a team, I can't even read, Monkey, Munich, whatever. I can't read, my eyesight's so bad. But they decided that they lost 3-1 fashion to Yeah, we lost. Maybe Yeah, we lost doing some off-rolling stuff. They also beat out Tricksters in 3-1 fashion. So they did lose maps throughout the tournament. It wasn't like they were fully undefeated, but also you could tell they do a little trolling sometimes. But you know who doesn't do a little trolling? It's this man right here, Wolverine with the new Darbother X skin. And obviously we both love it, Vicky, because you have a Doge. I have a Doge. My name is also Dogman, so it adds up. This is the Fire Doge. He's serious.
Yeah, I like that. I'm pretty sure Cessna probably has already copped that too, right? We saw some great Wolverine play earlier from Nightmare Academy, our third placing team, as he was rocking out here on that Wolverine. But make sure to get this skin because it is literally on fire, available already November 7th.
Yep, November 7th, and I want to see these Wolverine players start to level up and get better, and also what the next patch has in store for every single character you're seeing on screen, which we saw all of them actually in this MRC, at least from what we watched, except the Scarlet Witch. So sadly, she is still the Queen of the Dead for a very good reason. That's because in the meta she is dead apparently. But for Spider-Man and Iron Man, these two heroes, specifically Spider-Man, got so much play. And that new Man Spider skin is just beautiful to rock alongside your incredibly daredevil plays on that hero.
Yeah, and the bundle, too, between Scarlet Witch, the Queen of the Dead, and the Iron Man Big Shot skin is also coming in clutch, right, Dogman? Because you also have that DreamHack 2025 Atlanta Marvel Rivals Grand Finals discount currently going on, as I was able to utilize that just yesterday to be able to get my bundle.
Yeah, it's a beautiful bundle for sure. And like you said, DreamHack. Man, that DreamHack made me feel old. Like, I saw people like that were like 12 years old when they would watch me when I played pro, and they're like, oh, man, I watched you like 6 years ago. And we're like, oh, like, how old were you? He's like, I was 12, and now I'm 18 playing Marvel Rivals. Keep an eye on me in Marvel Rivals Championship. And, a lot of those guys have made a name for themselves. If you want to go look back at those guys who are on the come up, who are still incredibly young, talented, definitely don't give up on your dreams, because a lot of you guys have that potential and have it in you to win it all. But Vicky, it was a pleasure casting with you guys. It was also, or casting with you, and also a pleasure working with Netties here behind the scenes. I know a lot of our production team, it's like 8 a.m. in China or something like that, and they're all working super, super late. So huge shout out to the squad behind the Marvel Rivals Championship. And this was season 4. Super fun watching it. Your champions yet again are we lost. We'll have to see what they do in the future. That's me and Vicky out. We'll see you guys in season 5.